You're listening to Dr. Gloom, a quiet place for the deep, the dark, and the mysterious. Settle in, let the room dim, breathe slowly. These stories are meant to drift with you towards sleep. If you enjoy spending the night here, please like, share, and subscribe. Your support keeps the shadows alive. Tonight, we lean into a quiet descent into the unknown, softly, slowly, without hurry. The Forgotten Pages. The attic had always been a place of secrets, a dusty retreat hidden beneath layers of time and neglect. Even as a child, I felt drawn to its shadows, the faint scent of aged wood mingling with the mustiness of forgotten belongings. Years later, after inheriting the house from my grandmother, I found myself standing at the foot of the narrow staircase, the allure of the attic tugging at my curiosity once more. With each step, the wood creaked beneath my weight, a soft protest against my intrusion. The door at the top was slightly ajar, and a thin beam of light spilled through, illuminating motes of dust that danced in the still air. As I pushed the door open, the familiar scent enveloped me, a blend of mildew and something sweetly floral, remnants of my grandmother's lavender sachets long gone. The attic was a treasure trove of memories, stacked boxes, and old furniture draped in white sheets. I moved cautiously among the relics of a life once lived, my fingertips brushing against the surfaces, feeling the roughness of splintered wood and the smoothness of glass from forgotten jars. It was here, amidst the quiet, that I found the first diary. It lay tucked between a pair of moth-eaten curtains and an old phonograph, its leather cover cracked and worn. I lifted it carefully, feeling the weight of years in my hands. The pages were yellowed and fragile, as if they might crumble at the slightest touch. I settled onto a dusty trunk, the scent of cedar mingling with the musty air, and began to read. The handwriting was delicate, looping and swirling like the tendrils of smoke that curled from a long extinguished candle. The words spoke of longing, of days spent watching the world from a window, of dreams stitched together with the thread of whispered hopes. Each entry unfolded the life of a woman I barely knew, my grandmother, and the quiet struggles she faced in a world that felt ever so large and indifferent. As the sun dipped lower, casting slanted shadows across the attic floor, I lost myself in her thoughts. She wrote of a garden filled with violets, the way the earth felt cool beneath her fingers as she tended to each bloom. Her dreams were woven with the delicate threads of freedom and confinement, the push and pull of her desires against the expectations of the world outside. Days turned into weeks as I returned to the attic, each visit unveiling more of my grandmother's soul. I found letters tucked between the pages, penned in shaky hands, addressed to someone named Thomas. The ink was faded, but the emotions within were clear, each word heavy with a sense of urgency, love, and a longing that transcended the years. They spoke of stolen moments and clandestine meetings, of a bond that seemed almost ethereal, yet grounded in the tangible world around them. I became obsessed with these glimpses into her past, the intimacy of her words wrapping around me like a warm blanket on a cold night. It felt as if she were reaching out from the depths of time, guiding me through her memories, sharing her joys and sorrows as if they were my own. Yet, as I delved deeper, a subtle unease began to unfurl within me. The more I learned, the more I sensed an undercurrent of something darker hidden beneath the surface. One evening, as the sky outside turned a bruised shade of purple, I stumbled upon a particularly disconcerting entry. It described an encounter in the garden, a moment that seemed to shift the very fabric of her existence. She wrote of a chill that swept through the air, a shadow that lingered longer than it should, and a feeling of being watched, as if unseen eyes were tracing her every movement. Her words became frantic, the ink blurring as if her hand trembled in fear. I read and reread those passages, my heart pounding in rhythm with her unease. I could almost feel the oppressive air she described, the weight of something lurking just beyond the veil of normalcy. It was a feeling I recognized from my own childhood, those restless nights spent listening to the creaks of the house, the whisper of the wind against the eaves, the shadows that danced just out of sight. As the weeks wore on, I found myself drawn deeper into her narrative. The letters became more desperate, the ink more erratic, as if she fought against an unseen force. Thomas, once a source of comfort and joy, became a specter of dread, a name that echoed through the pages, intertwining with her fears. I wanted to understand, to know what had transpired between them, but the answers remained just out of reach. One night, as a storm raged outside, I returned to the attic, the wind howling like a wounded animal. The air was thick with tension, and I felt the familiar chill creep along my spine. The flickering light from my lantern cast eerie shadows across the walls, and I could almost hear my grandmother's voice whispering from the pages, urging me to uncover the truth. I rifled through the remaining boxes, feeling the familiar weight of the diary in my hands. Then my fingers brushed against something hard and cold. Another box hidden beneath a tattered quilt. I opened it slowly, the hinges creaking in protest, revealing a collection of letters bound together with a faded ribbon. These letters were different, more formal, more restrained. The handwriting was bold, yet the words seemed to tremble on the page. They spoke of promises and decisions made under duress, of a life mapped out by others, a path my grandmother had been forced to follow. I read of her struggle against the constraints of a life she never wanted, the suffocating expectations that closed in around her like a vice. But as I turned the pages, I could feel a shift in the air, a weight pressing down upon me. The letters grew darker, filled with a sense of resignation that chilled my bones. My grandmother's spirit, once vibrant and hopeful, began to dim under the harsh reality of her circumstances. The letters hinted at a plan, a desperate attempt to break free from the invisible chains that bound her. It was a revelation that struck me with a chilling clarity. She had wanted to escape, to find her own way, to grasp at the freedom that always seemed just beyond her reach. The words echoed in my mind, mingling with my own desires and fears. Was this the reason for the darkness that loomed in her garden? The chill that had seeped into her very being? As I sat there, surrounded by the remnants of her life, the shadows in the attic deepened, coiling around me like serpents. I felt a pulse of something ancient in the air, a longing that resonated in the silence. In that moment, I understood. The attic was not just a repository of memories. It was a living entity, a keeper of secrets, and a witness to the turmoil that had unfolded within its walls. The stories were not merely words on a page. They were echoes of a life that had been stifled, trapped in the confines of expectation. I closed the diary, the weight of her struggles heavy in my heart. The lantern flickered, casting long shadows that danced in the corners of the attic. I could almost hear her voice, a whisper carried on the wind, urging me to remember. I left the attic that night, the diary clutched tightly in my hands. The storm had passed, leaving a haunting stillness in its wake. As I descended the staircase, I glanced back at the attic door, feeling the weight of my grandmother's presence lingering in the air. I had come seeking the past, but in those quiet hours, I had unearthed something far more profound, a connection that transcended time. A reminder that even in silence, stories long to be heard. With the diary safely tucked away, I understood that freedom is not just a destination, but a journey filled with the echoes of those who came before us. In the silence of the attic, I had found not just my grandmother's voice, but a part of my own. The sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the floorboards of my small, creaking house. The air turned thick and still, heavy with the scent of damp earth wafting in through the cracked window. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves outside, a whispering chorus that seemed to echo my own thoughts, reminding me of the solitude that nestled within these walls. As I moved through the dimly lit rooms, my fingers brushed against the worn surfaces of furniture that had absorbed countless memories, each mark and scratch telling a story I could almost hear. The light grew softer, filtering through the dusty glass, revealing motes of dust suspended in the air like tiny, trapped souls. I paused by the window, my gaze drifting to the garden beyond, where wildflowers tangled together in a chaotic embrace, their colors muted as twilight settled. I felt an odd pull, a quiet insistence that something lay hidden just beyond the edge of the trees, where shadows pooled like ink. It was an uneasy feeling, one that wrapped itself around my heart like a gnarled vine, urging me to look closer, to understand what lingered just out of sight, whispering my name in the fading light. The longest night. The salty air clung to my skin as I stepped onto the weathered dock, the wood creaking softly beneath my weight. Each board felt like a whispered secret, an echo of stories long forgotten. The lighthouse stood tall against the evening sky, its silhouette jagged and imposing, a guardian watching over the restless sea. I had come to spend the night in that lonely tower, drawn by the promise of solitude and the strange comfort of isolation. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a canvas of deep indigo, streaked with orange and pink. I could already feel the chill seeping in, an invisible hand brushing across my neck. The light fog began to roll in from the ocean, thick and heavy, wrapping around the base of the lighthouse like a shroud. As I approached the entrance, the door swung open with a reluctant groan, revealing the narrow, spiraling staircase within. Climbing the steps, I ran my fingers along the cool, damp stone walls, tracing the grooves where time had worn away the surface. The air grew heavier with each step, saturated with the scent of brine and mildew. There was a sense of history here, a weight that pressed down on me, making my heart beat a little faster. I reached the lantern room and paused, taking in the expansive view of the coastline. The sea stretched out endlessly, dark and tumultuous, the waves crashing against the rocks below with a rhythmic, haunting melody. The fog thickened as night fell, swirling around the lighthouse like a living entity. I lit the lantern, its warm glow flickering against the glass, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. The beam cut through the fog, a solitary eye searching the depths of the night. I settled into a worn chair, the fabric frayed and faded, and watched the beam sweep across the waves, a guardian's watchful gaze. Time slipped away, each moment blurring into the next. The world outside became a muted whisper, the fog swallowing sound and light. I felt a strange sense of calm, as if the lighthouse had wrapped its arms around me, cradling me against the encroaching darkness. I sipped from a thermos of tea, its warmth spreading through me, grounding me in the solitude of the night. But as the hours stretched on, a subtle unease began to creep in, like the tide inching up the shore. The fog pressed against the glass, heavy and thick, and I felt the weight of it, an unseen presence that loomed just beyond the edge of my vision. I stood, moving to the window, peering into the swirling mist. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing on the rocks below, shrouded in the fog, but it vanished before I could focus. I shook off the feeling, convincing myself it was just a trick of the light, the imagination playing games in the solitude. I returned to my chair, the lantern's glow flickering, casting shadows that seemed to stretch and shift. The sound of the waves became a distant roar, a reminder of the world beyond the fog, a world that felt increasingly unreachable. As the night deepened, the air grew colder, seeping into my bones. I wrapped a blanket around my shoulders, its fabric rough against my skin, grounding me in the moment. Outside, the fog swirled like smoke, and I felt as if I were encased in a cocoon, the lighthouse my sanctuary, but also my prison. The beam of light swept over the rocks once more, and I noticed the figure again, this time closer, its outline jagged against the shifting mist. My heart raced, but curiosity pulled me toward the window. I leaned closer, straining to see, but the fog swallowed the figure whole, leaving only the sound of the waves crashing against the cliffs. I was alone, and yet the sensation of being watched lingered, a disquieting prickle at the back of my neck. I turned away, forcing my mind back to the warmth of the lantern and the embrace of the blanket. The hours dragged on, and the fog thickened, wrapping around the lighthouse like a hand tightening its grip. I glanced at the lantern, its flame flickering in the growing darkness. I could feel the weight of the night pressing down, heavy and oppressive. I poured another cup of tea, the steam rising to meet my face, a fleeting warmth in the chill. As I settled back into my chair, the lantern's glow faltered for a heartbeat, plunging the room into darkness before the flame steadied again. I couldn't shake the feeling that the lighthouse was alive, breathing with the ebb and flow of the tide. The fog whispered secrets to the night, its murmurs slithering into my mind, wrapping around my thoughts like ivy over an old stone wall. Hours passed, and with them came a change in the air. A damp chill seeped deeper, and the fog began to take on a different quality, a thickness that felt almost sentient. I could no longer ignore the sensation of eyes upon me, a presence lurking just beyond the reach of the lantern's light. I stood, moving to the window again, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure returned, closer now, its form more defined. I could see the outline of a person, their features obscured by the fog, but the posture was unmistakably human. I could feel the air around me grow still, the sound of the waves fading into a distant murmur. The fog swirled, and for a fleeting moment, I could see a face, pale and haunting, staring back at me from the depths of the mist. Panic surged through me, but a strange compulsion held me in place, as if the figure were calling to me, drawing me into the depths of the night. I blinked, and it was gone, swallowed by the fog once more. I stumbled back, my breath quickening, and glanced around the lantern room, the shadows now feeling more like intruders than companions. I returned to my chair, the blanket slipping from my shoulders as I fought to steady my racing heart. I poured another cup of tea, but my hands shook as I raised it to my lips, the warmth doing little to chase away the chill that had settled in my bones. I forced myself to focus on the beam of light sweeping across the waves, grounding myself in the rhythm of the lighthouse. But the figure persisted in my mind, a haunting presence that would not be dismissed. I could almost feel the weight of its gaze, heavy and unyielding, as if it were waiting for something, expecting me to make a choice. I closed my eyes, trying to dispel the image, but it lingered, like the fog outside, thick and inescapable. When I opened them again, the fog had thickened further, wrapping the lighthouse in a cocoon of uncertainty. The sound of the waves had transformed, becoming a low, mournful wail that echoed against the cliffs. I could feel the walls closing in, the lantern's glow feeling increasingly fragile, a flickering hope against the consuming darkness. I rose once more, drawn to the window, my heart pounding as I gazed into the depths of the fog. The figure was there again, But this time, it stood at the base of the lighthouse, a shadow amongst shadows. I could see it clearly now, its features obscured, but the essence of it was undeniable. It was waiting for me, and in that moment, I felt an undeniable pull, an urge to descend the stairs and confront whatever lay beyond. But I hesitated, a flicker of fear holding me back. I could feel the weight of the night pressing down, the fog clawing at the edges of my mind. The lantern flickered again, a warning that sent a shiver down my spine. I was caught in a web of uncertainty, the lighthouse my sanctuary and my prison, and I could feel the line between the two beginning to blur. The figure moved, a shift in the fog, and I felt the urge swell within me, a deep longing to step into the mist, to embrace whatever awaited me. It was a promise of freedom, a release from the oppressive solitude of the lighthouse, a call to step into the unknown. But with that freedom came a price, and as I stood there, the weight of the choice settled heavily on my shoulders. I turned away from the window, back to the lantern, the flickering flame casting shadows that danced like phantoms. The fog pressed against the glass, and I could hear the waves crying out, a mournful lament that resonated deep within my soul. I sank back into my chair, wrapping the blanket around me once more, fighting against the pull of the figure that lingered in the depths of the night. The hours dragged on, the fog wrapping the lighthouse in an impenetrable veil. I could feel the weight of the night, the oppressive darkness closing in, but the figure remained, a constant reminder of the choice I had yet to make. I poured another cup of tea, but the warmth no longer comforted me. It was a thin veil against the chill that permeated my very being. The lantern's glow began to falter, its light flickering as if it too sensed the encroaching darkness. I rose again, drawn to the window, but this time I hesitated, caught between the safety of the lighthouse and the beckoning call of the fog. The figure was gone, but the sensation of being watched lingered, a reminder that I was not alone in this desolate place. The fog thickened, swirling around the lighthouse like a tempest, and I felt the air grow heavy with anticipation. I was standing at a crossroads, the choice laid bare before me. I could stay, wrapped in the familiar embrace of the lighthouse, or I could step into the unknown, embrace the freedom that awaited just beyond the fog. In that moment of uncertainty, the lantern sputtered one last time before the flame extinguished, plunging me into darkness. A sense of finality enveloped me, the weight of the night pressing down as I stood in the stillness, the fog swirling like a whisper around me. I could feel the figure return, an unseen presence hovering just beyond the veil, waiting for me to make my choice. With a deep breath, I turned toward the staircase, the wooden steps creaking underfoot as I descended into the darkness below. Each step echoed like a heartbeat, a reminder of the choice I was making. The air grew heavier, the fog curling around me like an embrace, and I stepped through the door into the swirling mist. The world outside was transformed, the lighthouse standing sentinel behind me as I ventured into the depths of the fog. The waves crashed against the rocks, a steady rhythm that pulsed in time with my heartbeat. I could feel the presence beside me, guiding me deeper into the night. And as I moved forward, I realized I had chosen freedom, a release from the solitude that had bound me. But freedom came at a price, and as the fog enveloped me, I knew I was no longer alone. The whispers of the night swirled around me, a chorus of voices calling out from the depths. And in that moment, I understood that the choice I had made would forever change me. The lighthouse stood behind me, a fading memory, as I stepped into the unknown, the fog wrapping around me like a shroud, and I vanished into the depths of the night. The stillness between trees. The cabin stood alone at the edge of the forest, its rough-hewn logs worn by years of weathering. I had come seeking solitude, a reprieve from the chaos of the city, and the forest welcomed me with its thick, sweet scent of pine and damp earth. The air was still, heavy with the promise of rain, and a soft breeze whispered through the branches, lulling me into a sense of calm. Inside, the cabin was modest, with a stone fireplace that beckoned for a crackling fire. The wooden floor creaked underfoot, echoing the sound of my steps as I moved about, unpacking my things. I placed my worn leather journal on the small, scarred table, its pages filled with sketches and notes from my travels. The sunlight filtered through the dusty window, casting gentle patterns on the floor, inviting me to sit and write. As evening approached, the forest transformed. Shadows lengthened, stretching across the ground like fingers reaching out, and the vibrant colors of dusk blurred into muted grays. I lit a fire, its flames dancing and flickering, casting a warm glow that pushed back the encroaching darkness. The crackle of burning wood filled the silence, comforting, yet somehow unsettling. The first night passed quietly, wrapped in the embrace of the forest. I fell asleep to the symphony of nocturnal sounds. The distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, the soft sigh of the wind. Yet, beneath that familiar lullaby, there was an undercurrent of something else, a sensation that prickled at the back of my mind. It was the feeling of being watched, though I could never pinpoint from where. The next morning, sunlight poured through the cabin's window, warming my face as I awoke. I pushed aside the remnants of sleep and stepped outside, inhaling the crisp air. The forest felt alive, every leaf and branch shimmering with the light. I wandered along the narrow path that wound through the trees, my feet crunching on the fallen leaves, the earthy aroma filling my lungs. I reached a small clearing where the sunlight spilled onto the forest floor, and I paused to take in the serenity. But something shifted in the air, a slight change in the atmosphere that sent a shiver down my spine. It was subtle, a shift in the wind, perhaps, but it felt as though the trees themselves were leaning closer, their branches whispering secrets I could not hear. I shook off the feeling, dismissing it as nothing more than the remnant of a restless night. Days passed in a comfortable routine. I wrote, sketched, and explored the forest, growing more attuned to its rhythms. Each evening, I would return to the cabin, the fire becoming my constant companion as I settled into my solitude. Yet, the feeling of being observed persisted, a quiet presence lurking just beyond my line of sight. I would catch glimpses of movement in the periphery, but when I turned, nothing was there. Only trees standing tall, their bark rough and ancient. On the fourth night, a thick fog rolled in, swallowing the forest in its embrace. The world outside the cabin was muted, the familiar sounds of wildlife muffled. I huddled closer to the fire, the warmth wrapping around me like a soft blanket. And as the flames flickered, I felt a deeper sense of isolation settling in. The cabin, once a sanctuary, began to feel like a cage, the walls closing in as I listened to the silence. The fog pressed against the windows, obscuring the view, and the air felt charged, almost electric. I tried to focus on my writing, but the words danced just out of reach, slipping through my fingers like water. Instead, I turned my attention to the fire, watching the embers swirl and fade, lost in their own world. That's when I heard it, a faint sound, like a whisper, threading through the fog. I paused, straining to catch it again. It was distant, almost melodic, but it resonated with something deep within me. The sensation of being watched intensified, and I felt a chill seep into my bones. I stood up, the chair scraping against the floor, and moved to the window. The fog swirled, thick and heavy, and I could see nothing beyond it. I took a step back, uncertainty gnawing in my stomach. I wanted to brush it off as imagination, but the whisper had stirred something inside me, an urge to uncover its source. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin as I closed the door behind me. The fog enveloped me instantly, wrapping around my body like a shroud. I ventured into the mist, each step careful and deliberate. The world felt transformed, familiar yet foreign. Shapes loomed in the distance, the trees appearing like phantoms, their silhouettes blurring together. The whisper beckoned me, weaving through the air, and I followed it, heart racing with a mix of fear and curiosity. The path twisted and turned, and with each step, the forest seemed to close in around me. The fog thickened, swallowing the light and dimming my surroundings. I strained to hear the whisper again, but it had faded, leaving only the sound of my own breath. I felt the weight of the forest pressing down, a palpable tension coiling around me. Suddenly, I stumbled into a clearing, and the fog parted just enough for me to see. In the center stood a gnarled tree, ancient and twisted, its bark twisted like the fingers of a hand reaching for the sky. It was unlike any tree I had ever seen, its roots sprawling like veins across the ground. I felt drawn to it, a magnetic pull urging me closer. As I approached, a sense of unease washed over me. The air grew colder, and the whisper returned, now clearer, almost urgent. I reached out to touch the tree, my fingers brushing against the rough bark. In that moment, a rush of images flooded my mind, visions of a life intertwined with the forest. shadows flitting between trees, and a sense of belonging that felt both comforting and terrifying. I stepped back, confusion swirling within me. The forest had always been a place of freedom, yet here it felt as though it was claiming me. I turned to leave, but the fog thickened again, wrapping around me, obscuring my path. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled backward, trying to find my way back to the cabin. But the trees shifted, closing ranks, and I was lost within the mist. I could no longer hear the sounds of the forest, only the pounding of my heart echoing in my ears. The whisper grew louder, almost a chant, urging me to return, to surrender to the pull of the ancient tree. I fought against it, pushing through the fog, but it clung to me like a heavy cloak. My breath came in sharp gasps as I struggled to find my way back, the familiar path eluding me. Every tree looked the same, every shadow a potential trap. Just when I thought I could break free, the whisper turned to a wail, an anguished cry that reverberated through the air. In that moment of despair, I stumbled into another clearing, and the fog lifted just enough for me to see the cabin in the distance, its silhouette stark against the fog. Relief washed over me, and I sprinted toward it, heart racing, lungs boning. The door was ajar, a welcoming invitation, and I dashed inside, slamming it shut behind me. The fire still crackled, casting flickering shadows on the walls. I collapsed onto the floor, the warmth enveloping me, but the feeling of dread lingered. I could still hear the whisper, echoing in my mind, calling me back to the forest, back to the gnarled tree that had reached for me. I locked the door, the sound of finality that filled the room. The fog pressed against the windows, a reminder of the darkness beyond, and as I stared into the flames, I felt a chill creep down my spine. The forest had its secrets, and I had become a part of them, whether I wanted to be or not. As night deepened, I sat by the fire, the warmth a fragile barrier against the cold reality outside. I could hear the whispers again, soft and insistent, threading through the walls. I was free, yet I felt tethered, bound to something I could not understand. The forest was patient, and I could sense it waiting, lurking just beyond the edge of my awareness. In the stillness, I felt the forest breathe, a slow, rhythmic pulse that echoed my own. The cabin, once a refuge, now felt like a fragile vessel caught between two worlds. I closed my eyes, hoping to find solace in the darkness, but the whispers continued, weaving a tapestry of longing and dread that would not let me rest. And as the fire dwindled, I knew that freedom had a cost, one I would have to reckon with under the watchful gaze of the trees. Silent embrace. The air in the old house was still, as if time had long since forgotten it. I stood at the threshold, the door creaking softly as I nudged it open, welcoming me into a world draped in dust and shadows. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue that filtered through the grimy windows, illuminating motes of dust swirling lazily in the air. I had come here seeking solitude, a break from the relentless pace of life, but the stillness held an unease that curled around my spine. Every step I took into the dimly lit hallway echoed faintly, a reminder of the absence of life that had once thrummed through these walls. The floorboards groaned beneath my weight, their age palpable, a whisper of history beneath my feet. I paused to take in the peeling wallpaper, its patterns faded and torn, hinting at the vibrant life that had once been. I traced a finger along the edge, feeling the rough texture of the paper against my skin, the chill of neglect sending a shiver down my arm. The scent of dampness lingered, a heavy, earthy aroma that clung to the air like a long-forgotten secret. In one room, I found an old armchair, its fabric frayed and the stuffing spilling out, like the remnants of a long-lost conversation. I sank into it, the cushions enveloping me, and for a moment, I felt as if I were being cradled by the house itself. I closed my eyes, allowing the weight of silence to settle around me. It was a welcome reprieve, but as the minutes ticked by, a sense of watchfulness crept into my thoughts. I opened my eyes and surveyed the room, the dim light revealing a small table littered with dust-covered trinkets. A porcelain figurine of a woman, delicate and poised, stood among the remnants of a forgotten life. I reached out to touch it, my fingers grazing the cold surface, but something about its stillness made me hesitate. The woman seemed to gaze back at me, her expression frozen in an eternal moment, caught between joy and sorrow. As I continued to explore, I moved deeper into the house, drawn by a pull I couldn't quite understand. Each room was a testament to abandonment, yet I could feel the weight of memories seeping from the walls. I wandered into a kitchen where the remnants of old dishes sat stacked in a cupboard, their faded colors muted by layers of dust. The sink, once bright and gleaming, now lay tarnished and chipped, its porcelain surface cracked, like the stories it held. I lingered there, imagining the sounds that might have filled this space. Laughter, the clatter of pots, the aroma of spices simmering on the stove. But those sounds were long gone, replaced by a profound silence that settled into my bones. I turned away, feeling as if I were leaving something behind, something just out of reach. In a small room at the end of the hallway, I found a child's bedroom. The walls were painted a soft blue, the color faded, yet still hinting at the joy that had once filled the space. A small bed, draped with a moth-eaten quilt, sat against one wall, and a collection of worn toys lay scattered across the floor. I knelt down, brushing my fingers over a wooden horse, its paint chipped and dulled with age. The feeling of loss washed over me, heavy and suffocating, as if the very air mourned for the lives once lived here. I lingered in that room longer than I intended, my heart heavy with a sense of longing I couldn't name. The sunlight had begun to fade, casting long shadows that danced across the floor. I rose slowly, moving toward the window, where the light struggled to penetrate the gathering gloom. I peered outside, watching as the last vestiges of daylight slipped away, surrendering the world to the encroaching night. As darkness enveloped the house, the atmosphere shifted. The silence, once comforting, now felt oppressive. I turned away from the window, a sense of urgency pushing me to explore further, to uncover the secrets hidden within these walls. I descended into the basement, the air growing cooler, the scent of earth and decay rising to meet me. The stairs creaked beneath my feet, each step a reminder of the history buried below. The basement was dimly lit, the remnants of old furniture scattered like forgotten memories. I moved cautiously, my senses heightened. The walls were lined with shelves, their contents covered in a thick layer of dust. But something caught my eye, a large trunk, its hinges rusted and stiff. I approached it, my heart racing with anticipation and dread. The trunk beckoned, promising to unveil whatever had been locked away from the world above. I knelt before it, fingers trembling as I grasped the cold metal latch. It resisted at first, but with a determined tug, I forced it open. The lid creaked loudly, and I braced myself as it revealed its contents, a jumble of old clothes, yellowed letters, and a faded photograph. I lifted the photograph, squinting in the dim light to make out the faces captured within. A family, smiling brightly, their joy preserved in time. But the edges of the photograph were frayed, and the smiles seemed to fade, lost in the shadows of the past. I sifted through the letters, their ink smudged and brittle, the words barely legible. The scent of old paper filled my nostrils, a mingling of dust and nostalgia that made my heart ache. There was a letter addressed to someone named Clara, penned in delicate script, the sentiments of love and longing pouring forth in every stroke. But the final lines were abrupt, cut off as if the writer had vanished in the midst of their thoughts. As I read, a chill swept through the basement, a sudden draft that sent a shiver down my spine. I looked around, the shadows seeming to deepen, to shift and sway as if something unseen lurked just beyond my line of sight. I stood abruptly, the trunk forgotten, my heart thudding loudly in my chest. The air grew heavier, thick with an unnameable presence that whispered of stories left untold. I climbed the stairs hastily, the creaking boards echoing my urgency. The house felt alive, each room pulsating with a quiet heartbeat that thrummed in rhythm with my own. I paused in the hallway, the oppressive darkness closing in around me. The walls felt as if they were breathing, inhaling and exhaling the weight of memories that clung like cobwebs in the corners. I moved toward the front door, the promise of fresh air and freedom just beyond its threshold. But as I reached for the doorknob, a sudden stillness enveloped me. The air felt charged, a tension crackling like static electricity. I hesitated, my hand hovering just above the knob, a sense of unease anchoring me in place. Then I heard it, a soft sound, barely perceptible, like the rustling of fabric. It came from behind me, a whispering sigh that curled around my senses. I turned slowly, my heart racing, and the dim hallway stretched out before me, shadows dancing in the corners. I strained to listen, but the sound faded, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against my ears. The house felt expansive yet confining, its walls closing in as if it held its breath, waiting for something to unfold. I glanced back at the trunk, its contents swirling in my mind like a haunting melody, the echo of lives once lived. I turned away, the weight of the past too much to bear. I needed to leave, to escape the pull of memories that threatened to ensnare me. I grasped the doorknob firmly, feeling its coolness seep into my palm. With a deep breath, I turned it, pushing against the door with all my strength. The wood creaked and groaned, resisting for a moment before finally yielding. I stepped outside, the cool night air washing over me, a stark contrast to the stifling darkness within. As I stood on the porch, the stars blinked down at me, distant and indifferent. The house loomed behind me, its silhouette a dark sentinel against the night sky. I glanced back, a final look at the secrets that lay hidden within. The windows glimmered faintly, and for a moment I thought I saw a figure in the darkness, a fleeting shadow that slipped away as I turned my gaze. I stepped away from the porch, the grass cool beneath my feet, and began to walk. The sound of the night enveloped me, the rustling leaves, the distant call of an owl, the soft whisper of the wind. I felt the weight of the house lift from my shoulders, the air lighter as I moved further away. Yet as I walked, the sense of something lingering at the edge of my consciousness remained, a reminder of the stories that would forever stay entwined within those walls. I glanced back one last time, the silhouette of the house fading into the night, yet the feeling of being watched lingered. I turned and continued on, the path ahead illuminated by the stars, each step carrying me further from the embrace of the silent specter that watched over its memories, forever untouched by the passage of time. The passage. It began with the scent of damp earth and rusted iron, a peculiar perfume that wrapped itself around me as I stepped into the mouth of the tunnel. I had discovered it quite by accident, a gaping maw hidden behind the thicket of overgrown weeds at the edge of the abandoned subway line. The city above thrummed with the dull roar of traffic and distant voices. But here, beneath the surface, a heavy stillness draped itself over everything, as if the world above had forgotten this place entirely. The walls of the tunnel were slick with moisture, glistening in the flickering light of my flashlight. The beam danced across the crumbling bricks, revealing patches of mold that thrived in the shadows, their earthy colors blending seamlessly with the decay surrounding them. Each step I took echoed softly, the sound swallowed whole by the darkness. It felt as though the tunnel was breathing, exhaling the stale air that had been trapped within for years. I could taste the metallic tang on my tongue, a reminder that I was far from the clean, vibrant streets I knew. I moved deeper, curiosity propelling me forward, although a whisper of unease curled around the edges of my mind. The tunnel stretched endlessly, a serpentine corridor that wound beneath the heart of the city. It was as if I had crossed a threshold into another realm, one where time flowed differently, unanchored by the mundane routines of daily life. The flicker of my flashlight revealed more than just the physical decay. It unveiled the remnants of a forgotten world, a crumpled newspaper here, a broken bottle there, each item a ghost of the lives once lived above. As I walked, I ran my fingers along the damp, pockmarked walls. They felt cool and clammy under my touch, a stark contrast to the warmth of my skin. The sensation sent a shiver up my spine, but I pressed on, eager to explore this labyrinth that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Each twist and turn offered a new fragment of the past, a whisper of stories left untold. I imagined the people who once traversed these very paths, their footsteps echoing against the walls, their laughter mingling with the distant rumble of trains. Now, silence reigned, punctuated only by the occasional drip of water cascading from the ceiling, a reminder of the moisture that seeped in from above. The air grew cooler as I ventured deeper, the stillness thickening around me. It felt as though the tunnel was drawing me in, wrapping me in its embrace, urging me to lose myself in its depths. I could sense the weight of the city above, its vibrant chaos muted by the layers of concrete and earth. The flicker of my flashlight cast long shadows, twisting the shapes of the tunnel into grotesque figures that danced along the walls. I shook my head, willing the images to fade, reminding myself that they were mere tricks of the light. But still, that quiet dread gnawed at the edges of my thoughts. I pressed on, drawn further by an inexplicable pull. The walls seemed to shift, the passage narrowing at times, then expanding into small alcoves where remnants of the past lay scattered like forgotten dreams. I discovered a rusted bicycle, its once bright paint faded to a dull gray, the tires deflated and cracked. I ran my fingers over the cold metal, imagining the thrill of the wind in my hair as I rode through the streets above, unburdened and free. But that freedom felt distant now, obscured by the encroaching shadows that threatened to swallow me whole. As I continued, I noticed the walls were beginning to change. The bricks, once jagged and rough, smoothed out, forming a seamless surface that glistened unnaturally in the beam of my flashlight. It was as if they had been polished by an unseen hand, their edges softened, inviting yet unsettling. My heart quickened, the steady rhythm of my breath now a whisper against the silence. I hesitated, an instinctual warning tingling in my bones, but the pull of the tunnel was relentless. I moved onward, my footsteps growing lighter, almost hesitant. The air felt charged with a strange energy, a current that thrummed beneath the surface. It was as if the tunnel had a heartbeat, and I was merely a visitor in its realm. With every step, the weight of the world above began to lift, replaced by an intoxicating sense of liberation that seeped into my mind. I could almost imagine shedding the burdens I carried, leaving behind the expectations and routines that had woven themselves into the fabric of my existence. But then, just as quickly as that feeling surged, it faltered. A cold draft slipped through the tunnel, rustling the remnants of forgotten lives, and with it came a whisper of unease that coiled around my heart. I paused, the darkness pressing in, and for a moment, the air felt heavy, charged with an unnameable tension. I took a deep breath, the dampness filling my lungs, and exhaled slowly, willing myself to remain calm. It was just the tunnel, I told myself. Just the echo of a long-abandoned space. Yet the sensation lingered, a faint prickle at the nape of my neck. I scanned the walls, searching for any sign of movement, anything that might shatter the stillness. The shadows flickered and swayed, but nothing emerged from the gloom. I turned back to the path ahead, my resolve hardening. If the tunnel was a living thing, I would not be afraid of it. I had come to explore, to experience the freedom it promised. As I pressed on, I began to notice the tunnel's layout shifting. The path twisted in ways that felt deliberate, as if it were leading me somewhere, guiding me deeper into its embrace. I felt a strange sense of anticipation, as if I were on the brink of discovering something monumental. The walls seemed to shimmer, the light reflecting off them in a way that drew me forward, urging me to uncover the secrets hidden within. Eventually, I reached a junction where the tunnel split into two paths. One forked to the left, a narrow passageway that veered sharply downward, while the other stretched straight ahead, wider and more inviting. I hesitated, caught between the promise of the unknown and the instinct to turn back. The left path beckoned with a whisper of adventure, while the right felt like a safer choice, leading deeper into the heart of the tunnel. I took a step toward the left, compelled by a force I couldn't name. The descent was steep, the ground uneven beneath my feet. The air grew colder, and the dampness wrapped around me like a shroud. I felt an unsettling thrill surge through my veins, a mixture of fear and exhilaration that kept me moving forward. The darkness closed in, yet the tunnel seemed alive, pulsing with energy that fueled my curiosity. As I descended, the passage narrowed, the walls closing in on either side. The sensation was suffocating, yet exhilarating. I could feel my heart racing, the rhythm echoing in the silence. I reached out to steady myself against the cool stone, and in that moment, the sensation shifted. The tunnel felt less like a path to freedom and more like a trap closing around me. I pushed through the discomfort, unwilling to let fear dictate my choices. The walls began to change again, becoming smooth and polished, glistening as if coated in a thin layer of water. The air grew thick with moisture, and I could hear the faint sound of dripping water, a steady rhythm that mirrored the pulse of my heart. I glanced back, the tunnel stretching behind me like a dark maw, and for a fleeting moment, I thought of turning back. But something deep within me urged me onward. As I rounded a corner, the passage opened into a cavernous space that felt both expansive and confining. My flashlight illuminated the contours of the walls, revealing intricate patterns that seemed to swirl and twist, creating a tapestry of shadows that danced in the flickering light. I stepped into the space, the air vibrating with a strange energy that sent a chill down my spine. The walls felt alive, as if they were watching, waiting. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, its surface smooth and polished, gleaming under the faint light. I approached it cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The pedestal was devoid of any markings, yet it emanated a sense of significance that drew me closer. I reached out, fingers grazing the surface, and a jolt of energy surged through me, illuminating my mind with visions of the past, flashes of laughter, of sorrow, of lives intertwined and then severed. In that moment, I felt a connection to the stories that had unfolded here, the lives that had once breathed in this dark sanctuary. I was both an intruder and a participant, woven into the fabric of its history. The air grew thick, charged with emotion, and I realized that this place held the echoes of freedom and despair, a duality that pulsed beneath the surface. But as the realization settled over me, a flicker of doubt crept in. I glanced back toward the tunnel, the path from which I had come. The darkness loomed larger, more oppressive, and I could almost hear the faint echo of footsteps behind me, a reminder that I was not alone in this space. A wave of panic surged within me, clawing at the edges of my mind. I'd ventured too far, and the tunnel was beginning to feel less like a realm of exploration and more like a prison. I turned back to the pedestal, desperation clawing at my throat. The energy emanating from it pulsed with an intensity that felt almost alive. I could sense the weight of countless souls pressing in, their hopes and fears melding into a symphony of emotions that threatened to overwhelm me. I was on the precipice of understanding, yet I felt the pull of the tunnel, urging me to return. With a deep breath, I stepped back from the pedestal, the sense of connection fading as I retreated. The shadows closed in around me, and I turned to face the path back, the tunnel stretching out before me like a long-lost friend. I moved quickly, retracing my steps through the winding passages, the sound of my footsteps echoing louder than before. The air thickened as I approached the junction, and I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me, watching, waiting. The darkness seemed to shift, the shadows twisting and writhing as I hurried past. I could almost hear whispers brushing against my ears, urging me to stay, to explore further. But I resisted, the instinct for self-preservation kicking in. I emerged into the wider tunnel, the air feeling lighter as I moved toward the exit. The scent of rust and damp earth filled my lungs, a reminder of the depths I had traversed. I could hear the faint hum of the city above, the distant cacophony of life beckoning me back. As I stepped into the mouth of the tunnel, the darkness receded, the weight lifting from my shoulders. But even as I turned to leave, I felt a lingering sense of unease, the echoes of the passage trailing behind me like a shadow. I knew that the tunnel would always be there, a whispering presence beneath the surface, beckoning those who dared to explore its depths. And as I stepped back into the light, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had left a part of myself behind, a fragment of my spirit entwined with the stories of those who had come before. The weight of shadows. The woods behind my childhood home stretched endlessly, a patchwork of towering pines and tangled underbrush that seemed to breathe in the quiet hum of dusk. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a perfume that whispered of secrets and unseen things. Even as a child, I felt their presence, nestled in the shadows, lurking just beyond the reach of the fading light. On warm evenings, when the cicadas sang their symphony, I would wander out to the edge of the trees, where the sun's last rays bled gold through the branches. It was a boundary I knew well, marked by the chorus of rustling leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Yet, as the shadows lengthened, the woods would shift, taking on a life of their own. The comforting creak of branches transformed into an unsettling rustle, as if the trees were exchanging hushed conversations, their words carried away on the cool breeze. I remember one particular evening when the air was heavy with the promise of rain. I stood at the tree line, toes curled into the soft soil, and watched as the sky morphed from brilliant orange to a bruised purple. Something tugged at the edges of my curiosity, a whisper of movement just beyond the grove of ancient oaks. I leaned closer, peering into the dimness where the light faltered, but the shadows remained dense and impenetrable. It was on that night I first saw it, a figure, hunched and elongated, gliding through the underbrush. Its form was a silhouette against the twilight, indistinct yet undeniably present. I felt my heart quicken, but I remained rooted in place, compelled by a mixture of fear and fascination. The shape paused, its head turning slightly, as if sensing my gaze. Then it melted back into the thicket, leaving behind only the echo of my own breath. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn back to that same spot, the image of the creature burning in my mind. Each visit was a ritual, a pilgrimage to the threshold of the unknown. I would sit against a gnarled tree trunk, feeling the rough bark graze my back, and let the sounds of the forest envelop me. Each rustle of leaves, each distant hoot of an owl, felt charged with a strange energy. It was as if the woods were alive with stories, and I was the lone listener. As the summer deepened, I began to hear tales from the older folks in town, stories that clung to the edges of folklore like morning mist. They spoke of beings that roamed the woods, half seen, half believed. Creatures that blended seamlessly into the landscape, leaving only whispers in their wake. Some warned of the danger, while others spoke with a reverence that made my skin prickle. There was a certain thrill in the air, an intoxicating blend of fear and wonder, and I found myself craving it. One evening, emboldened by a restless spirit, I ventured deeper into the woods than ever before. The path twisted and turned, each step taking me further from the familiar. The air grew cooler, the light fading quickly as I walked, swallowed by the dense embrace of the trees. I could feel the weight of silence pressing in around me, thick and suffocating, broken only by the occasional scuffle of a small creature in the underbrush. It felt as though the woods were holding their breath, waiting. As I continued, the undergrowth thickened, tendrils of ivy and thorny brambles reaching out like skeletal fingers, grasping at my clothes. The scent of wet moss and loamy earth filled my lungs, grounding me in the moment. Yet the shadows seemed to swirl with a life of their own, dancing just beyond the periphery of my vision. I pressed on, heart thumping in my chest, chasing the thrill of the unknown. The darkness deepened, and I stopped to catch my breath, leaning against a tree that felt impossibly old. Its bark was rough beneath my fingertips, the surface warm from the lingering heat of the day. I closed my eyes for a moment, listening intently. The stillness was palpable, yet I sensed something shifting, a subtle disturbance in the air that set my skin to prickling. It was then that I heard it, a low, haunting sound that rose and fell like a mournful song, echoing through the trees. I opened my eyes, heart racing, and turned toward the source of the sound. It seemed to call to me, pulling me deeper into the darkness, and I couldn't resist. I moved forward, guided by the melody, each step a descent into a world that felt increasingly foreign. The air grew colder, wrapping around me like a shroud, and I shivered at the sense of being watched. The trees parted suddenly, revealing a small clearing bathed in the pale light of the moon. It hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the clearing with an otherworldly beauty. In the center stood a massive stone, weathered and worn, covered in strange symbols that glistened with moisture. I stepped closer, drawn to the stone like a moth to a flame. The air hummed with energy, vibrating through my bones as I traced the symbols with trembling fingers. As I lost myself in the patterns, the haunting sound surged again, more pronounced this time, reverberating through the ground beneath me. My heart raced, a primal instinct telling me I was not alone. The shadows thickened around the edges of the clearing, stretching and twisting as if they were alive. I turned slowly, the tension rising in my chest, and that's when I saw it. The figure from before, now standing at the edge of the light. It was more defined than I remembered, a gaunt silhouette, with limbs that seemed impossibly long, and a head that was too large for its body. It watched me with eyes that glinted like polished stones, unblinking and ancient. The air crackled with an unsettling energy, and I felt rooted to the spot, unable to turn away. It didn't approach, but I could sense its hunger, a yearning that echoed within the hollow of my chest. The low sound rose to a crescendo, the melody twisting into something more urgent, more pleading. I could feel it vibrating through the earth, resonating in my bones. I wanted to understand, to join in the song, but fear anchored me in place. The figure shifted slightly, and for a moment, I thought I saw something glimmer at its side. A glint of silver, perhaps a relic of some long-forgotten ritual. The shadows shifted, swirling around me like a fog, and the pull of the stone grew stronger. I was caught in a web of ancient longing, a connection that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. The melody wrapped around my thoughts, and I closed my eyes, losing myself in the sound, forgetting the world beyond the clearing. It was then I realized that I was not just a visitor in this place, I was part of it. The weight of the shadows settled on my shoulders, a cloak that promised freedom from the mundane, from the ordinary life I had always known. I felt the tug of something deep within me, a desire to step beyond the boundary of my existence, to become one with the stories that had whispered through the trees for centuries. With a sudden clarity, I opened my eyes and took a step forward, driven by an instinct that overrode my fear. The figure remained still, watching as if it understood my choice. The melody surged, enveloping me in a cocoon of sound, urging me on. But as I crossed the threshold of light, I felt a sharp coldness grip my heart. The shadows shifted again, coiling around my ankles, pulling me back with a force I had not anticipated. Panic flooded my senses, and I fought against the darkness that threatened to consume me. The figure seemed to swell and expand, the emptiness in its gaze deepening as it reached out with an elongated hand. In that moment, the realization struck me. Freedom came at a price. I stumbled back, breaking the spell that held me captive. The clearing blurred around me, the sounds of the woods crashing back in with a roar, the sweet melody turning into a cacophony of whispers and rustling leaves. I turned and ran, branches clawing at my skin, the weight of the shadows chasing me back toward the safety of the trees. I burst through the underbrush, gasping for air, heart pounding in my ears. The warmth of the last rays of sunlight enveloped me as I stumbled back into the fading light of the evening. I could still feel the echoes of the song resonating within me, a haunting reminder of the world I had brushed against. I stood at the edge of the woods, the familiar sense of pine and damp earth grounding me once more. The shadows lingered just beyond the tree line, but now they felt different, less inviting, more menacing. I had looked into the heart of the unknown and had felt its pull, but I had escaped, leaving behind the promise of freedom for the safety of the known. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I turned my back on the woods, feeling the weight of their secrets settle heavily on my shoulders. I would carry them with me, a quiet dread tucked away in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the shadows that lurked just beyond the light. The Haunting of Willow Grove. The first time I felt it, I was on the porch, sipping sweet tea while the late afternoon sun draped itself lazily over the yard. My fingers curled around the glass, cool and slick with condensation. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves of the towering oak, whispering secrets that felt just out of reach. The shadows lengthened as the sun dipped, and I could hear the distant sound of children's laughter from somewhere beyond the fence. But there was something else. A faint, almost imperceptible hum, a weight that settled in the air, thickening the silence around me. I looked down the winding path that led to the woods, the brambles thick with summer's overgrowth, the shadows gathering like a gathering storm. I could have sworn I saw a flicker of movement at the edge of the trees, a subtle shift that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. Days passed, each one more humid than the last, the sun pressing down on the earth, insisting on its dominance. I began to notice the peculiarities of the house more acutely. The creaks of the floorboards, the way the walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with the heat. The windows would rattle softly at night, though I could never pinpoint the cause. I would lie in bed, the sheets tangled around my legs, my heart beating in a rhythm that didn't quite match the stillness outside. It was during one of those sleepless nights, the moon casting a silver glow across the room, that I felt it again. A presence, heavy and disquieting, moving just beyond the edges of my perception. The air thickened, pressing against my skin like a thick wool blanket. I turned my head toward the window, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching. But there was only darkness, and the shadows danced with a life of their own, teasing the edges of my sanity. I began to avoid the woods. The path that had once felt like an invitation now seemed a warning. But that didn't stop the sounds. At first, they were subtle. The rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs, as if something was always just out of sight. Then came the whispers. They floated through the stillness, curling around my mind like smoke, indistinct, yet urgent. I'd catch snippets, fragments that made me shiver, words that felt both familiar and foreign. One afternoon, I decided to confront the source of my unease. The sun hung high in the sky, a relentless orb of light. I took a deep breath and stepped onto the overgrown path that led into the woods. The air shifted as I entered, a sudden chill wrapping around me, pulling at my resolve. I pressed on, each step crunching on the carpet of dried leaves and twigs, the scent of damp earth rising to greet me. But deeper I ventured, the more the world transformed. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy above, filtering through the leaves in mottled patches of light. The whispers grew louder, swirling around me, teasing my thoughts with indistinguishable syllables. I tried to focus, to make sense of them, but they slipped away like water through my fingers. It was there, in the heart of the woods, that I found the clearing. A circular space, untouched by the wild, surrounded by ancient trees that stood sentinel. The ground was bare, the earth dark and rich, as if it had been tended to by unseen hands. In the center lay a stone, smooth and cold, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. I approached it slowly, the whispers coalescing into a symphony of urgency. As I reached out to touch the stone, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, sending a shiver down my spine. The whispers crescendoed, wrapping around me like a tightening noose. I pulled my hand back, heart racing. The stone felt alive, a pulse thrumming beneath my fingertips, beckoning me to understand. I stumbled back, the forest closing in around me. The shadows deepened, pressing against my shoulders, urging me to leave. I ran, adrenaline surging through my veins, branches clawing at my skin as I tore through the underbrush. The whispers followed, echoing in my mind, a cacophony that refused to be silenced. Days turned into weeks, and I tried to return to normalcy, to pretend that I hadn't felt the weight of something ancient lurking just beneath the surface. But the house changed, the atmosphere thickening with each passing day. I began to notice subtle shifts, the way the air would grow cold in certain corners, the way my reflection in the mirrors seemed to linger a moment too long. I could hear it at night, the soft padding of footsteps in the hallway, the creaking of doors that had been secured. I would sit up in bed, heart hammering in my chest, straining to listen. The whispers had become familiar, a haunting lullaby that wrapped around me like a shroud, pulling me deeper into their embrace. One evening, the moon hung low and heavy, casting long shadows through the trees. I felt an irresistible pull, the woods calling to me like an old friend. I stepped outside, the night air cool against my skin. I moved as if in a trance, drawn toward the clearing, the stone that now felt like a part of me. The path felt different under my feet, as if it were alive with anticipation. I entered the clearing, the whispers intensifying, swirling around me in a frenzy. I approached the stone, its surface shimmering in the moonlight, and I placed my hand on it once more. The pulse throbbed beneath my palm, and the symbols glowed faintly, illuminating the darkness. I closed my eyes, allowing the whispers to wash over me, their urgency morphing into something more profound. They spoke of release, of freedom, of a bond that transcended the mundane. I felt my mind expand, an awareness unfurling within me, connecting with something vast and ancient. It was then that I understood. The forest was alive, a living entity that had watched over me, waiting for me to recognize its call. I was not just an intruder. I was a part of its tapestry, woven into the fabric of its existence. The whispers no longer felt threatening. They were an invitation, a promise of freedom from the constraints of my ordinary life. I surrendered to the sensation, allowing it to envelop me. The stone pulsed with energy, and the clearing became a sanctuary, a place where time stood still. I felt the weight of my worries lift, replaced by an overwhelming sense of belonging. The forest welcomed me, the shadows wrapping around me like a lover's embrace. In that moment, I was free. As the sun rose the next morning, casting its golden light upon the earth, the house stood silent, the whispers now a soft echo in the distance. I had become one with the woods, a part of the ancient rhythm that pulsed beneath the surface. The world outside faded away, leaving only the rustle of leaves and the soothing hum of nature. And I would never look back. The air grew heavier as the sun sank beneath the horizon, casting long shadows that curled and twisted like fingers reaching out from the corners of the room. I sat on the edge of the faded armchair, its upholstery worn soft by years of idle comfort, tracing the delicate pattern of flowers that had long since lost their vibrancy. Each petal, a muted memory of what once bloomed, whispered stories of laughter and warmth, now swallowed by the encroaching dusk. Outside, the trees swayed gently, their branches rustling in the evening breeze, a sound both familiar and unsettling. The rhythmic creaking of their limbs felt like a voice murmuring just beyond the edge of understanding. An invitation to listen closely, to lean in and decipher the secrets they held. I turned my gaze toward the window, the glass cool against my fingertips, and watched as the last light of day slipped away, leaving only a deepening blue, bruised and heavy. Within the shadows of the room, a shift stirred, a subtle movement that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. The corners dimmed further, as if the dark itself were gathering strength, creeping toward me with an insistent slowness, beckoning me to acknowledge its presence. I held my breath, waiting, feeling the weight of the unseen settle, drawing me deeper into its embrace. The whispering tide. I always found solace at the edge of the sea, where the brine mingles with the damp earth, creating a blend of salt and decay that feels like home. The small cottage, worn but sturdy, stood sentinel against the winds, its weathered boards creaking softly in the rhythm of the waves. I would often sit on the porch, my fingers tracing the chipped paint, watching the horizon where the sky melted into the water, an endless expanse that seemed to stretch beyond comprehension. Each evening, I would walk along the shore, the sand cool beneath my bare feet, the water lapping gently at my ankles. The tide would rise and fall, a steady pulse that echoed the quietness within me. As dusk settled, the world transformed, bathed in hues of deep blue and purple. The air thickened with the scent of seaweed and something else, an undercurrent that tugged at the back of my mind, elusive yet persistent. On one such evening, I noticed the shells scattered along the beach, their surfaces glinting in the fading light. Each one seemed to hold a secret, a story etched in its spirals and ridges. I picked one up, turning it over in my palm, feeling the coolness of the sea still lingering in its depths. But as I examined it, I noticed something peculiar. A slight vibration, a whisper that seemed to resonate from within. I paused, looking around, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows. Yet the beach was empty, save for the distant calls of seagulls. The sensation lingered, an unsettling thrill that danced along my spine. I dropped the shell and continued my walk, but the feeling clung to me, weaving itself into my thoughts, like the tide weaving through the sand. That night, I lay in bed, the sound of the waves crashing a lullaby against the wooden walls. Sleep eluded me, my mind racing with possibilities, each more bizarre than the last. Days turned into weeks, and my routine remained unchanged. Yet, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. I would find shells with the same peculiar vibrations, each one a small reminder of the unfathomable depths that lay just beyond the shore. I began to collect them, piling them on my bedside table. Their presence was both comforting and disconcerting, an intimate connection to something I could not grasp. One afternoon, as I wandered farther down the beach than usual, I stumbled upon a stretch of sand where the water receded more than I had ever seen. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the ground. I knelt to investigate, and there, half buried in the sand, I found a large, smooth stone, its surface glistening like obsidian. Intrigued, I brushed away the grains, uncovering intricate markings that spiraled around its circumference. It was unlike anything I had seen before, alien and familiar all at once. The moment my fingers made contact, a shiver ran through me, a wave of exhilaration and terror that sent me reeling back. The whispers surged in my mind, louder now, almost coherent, yet always just out of reach. I felt the weight of the ocean behind me, the enormity of its depths pressing against my back, and for a fleeting moment, I wondered if it was alive, if it was watching me with a hunger I could not understand. As twilight descended, I left the stone where I found it, but it had already carved itself into my memory, a haunting presence that lingered long after I returned home. Night after night, I lay awake, the whispers growing into a cacophony, a symphony of voices that merged with the sound of the sea. They spoke of freedom, of release, but the words were tangled and twisted, slipping through my fingers like sand. I began to notice changes in myself. Shadows flickered at the corners of my vision, and the air felt thicker, charged with something I couldn't name. The sea became a living thing, its tides pulling me closer, a siren call that throbbed in my chest. I found myself drawn back to the stone, my heart racing with anticipation and dread. It felt like a tether, a connection to something vast and unknowable, a doorway to realms I could not fathom. One evening, with the sun slipping beneath the horizon, I returned to the spot. The tide was low, and the stone glimmered under the fading light, waiting. As I knelt beside it, the whispers enveloped me, a chorus rising from the depths, urging me to touch it once more. I hesitated, a part of me recoiling from the unknown, while another part yearned to dive into the abyss. With a trembling hand, I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cool surface. The moment I made contact, a surge of energy coursed through me, electric and terrifying. The whispers coalesced into a single voice, deep and resonant, reverberating in my bones. It spoke of the sea's depths, of secrets long buried, of freedom that lay beyond the veil of reality. As the words washed over me, I felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, an invitation to surrender to the tides. I closed my eyes, allowing the sensation to envelop me, the world around me fading into darkness. I imagined the ocean stretching out, vast and infinite, and I wanted to merge with it, to leave behind the confines of my body and dissolve into the waves. But as quickly as it began, the connection shattered. I gasped, pulling my hand away as the whispers faded into a dissonant murmur, leaving a profound silence in their wake. I stumbled back, heart pounding, the weight of what I had almost embraced settling heavily in my chest. The tide began to rise, the water creeping closer, relentless and insistent, as if urging me to return. Days passed in a haze. I avoided the beach, yet I could feel the pull of the ocean, its presence a constant ache within me. The whispers subsided, but the sensation of being watched never left. I would catch glimpses of shadows flitting at the edges of my vision, and the air would grow thick with a sense of anticipation, as though the universe itself was holding its breath. One evening, unable to resist the call any longer, I returned to the shore. The tide was high, the water shimmering under a blanket of stars, inviting and ominous. I walked to the edge, the cold waves lapping at my feet, and closed my eyes, letting the salt air fill my lungs. The whispers came back, softer now, wrapping around me like a shroud, beckoning me to join them. I stepped forward, feeling the water rise higher, enveloping my legs. I hesitated, the coolness a stark contrast to the warmth of the air. The voices rose, a symphony that pulsed through me, urging me to let go, to embrace the freedom they promised. With each heartbeat, I felt the weight of my existence, the constraints of my life pulling me back, and yet the sea sang of possibilities, of liberation from the mundane. As I waded deeper, the water licked at my waist, the cold creeping up my spine. The whispers became a roar, a tidal wave of sound that drowned out my thoughts. I could feel the pull of the ocean, the magnetic force drawing me in, and for a moment, I considered surrendering completely, merging with the depths. The stars above shimmered, distant and indifferent, as if the cosmos were watching, waiting for my choice. But just as I felt the urge to plunge beneath the surface, to dissolve into the embrace of the unknown, a fleeting thought gripped me, a realization that freedom can come at a price. A flicker of doubt snaked through my mind, urging me to remember the world above the waves, the warmth of the sun, the laughter of life. I hesitated, the tide swirling around me, whispering secrets that were both alluring and terrifying. With a sudden clarity, I turned and began to wade back, the water pushing against me as if resisting my departure. The whispers faded, retreating into the depths, their final call a haunting echo that lingered in my ears. I reached the shore, collapsing onto the sand, my heart racing, the weight of my choice settling upon me. As I lay there, gasping for breath, the sea calmed, the waves lapping gently at the shore, as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. The whispers were still there, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the next time I might be tempted to listen. And though I had turned away, a part of me remained tethered to the depths, the allure of the unknown, forever whispering its promises of freedom. The moon hung low in the sky, a silver coin against a backdrop of inky blackness, casting a soft glow over the crumbling stone path that wound through the old orchard. Each step I took seemed to disturb the silence, the crunch of gravel beneath my feet echoing like whispers in the night. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and overripe fruit, the sweet decay mingling with the crispness of autumn. I paused beneath an ancient apple tree, its gnarled branches twisting like arthritic fingers. The fruit dangled heavily, their crimson skins glistening with dew, tempting in their alluring rot. I could almost hear them sigh, a subtle rustle that sent a shiver racing down my spine. As I reached out to touch one, the cool surface felt unnaturally heavy, as if it held secrets too profound to grasp. In the distance, shadows shifted between the trees, elusive and fleeting, like thoughts barely caught in the periphery of my mind. The night deepened around me, thickening with an unnameable tension. I felt the weight of unseen eyes, watching, waiting, as I stood there, suspended in the moment, caught in the delicate balance between the familiar and the unknown. The stillness of night. In the late summer of my childhood, I spent my days wandering the sprawling woods behind our house, a labyrinth of gnarled roots and ancient trees. The sun would pierce through the leaves, dappled light playing on the forest floor, and I would run my fingers along the rough bark, feeling the pulse of life thrumming just beneath the surface. It was a place of wonder, yet as twilight descended, an unsettling stillness would blanket the air, wrapping around me like a cloak. One evening, with a gentle haze settling over the horizon, I decided to stray deeper into the woods than usual. The light waned slowly, teasing the shadows to stretch and grow. I had heard whispers about the old tales, the ones my grandmother spoke of in hushed tones, tales of creatures that roamed the forest under the veil of darkness. They were part of the fabric of our home, woven into the stories of the land itself. I had always dismissed them, chalking them up to fanciful imaginings. But that evening, curiosity tugged at my heels. The path I took was narrow, carpeted in a soft layer of pine needles that cushioned my steps. Each crunch echoed in the quiet, a reminder of my presence among the ancient giants. I paused occasionally to listen, to breathe in the damp, earthy scent of the underbrush. The air was thick with anticipation, heavy and sweet like overripe fruit. The slight rustle in the leaves caught my attention, and I turned, half expecting to find a deer or some other woodland creature. But there was only the silence, thick and expectant. As I ventured deeper, the shadows grew longer and the air cooled, wrapping itself around me like a gentle whisper. I moved cautiously, the thrill of the unknown sending a shiver down my spine. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches interlacing, forming a canopy that filtered the last remnants of daylight. My heart raced, not from fear, but from the electric pull of the unknown. Eventually, I stumbled upon a small clearing, a sunken bowl cradled by the trees. In the center, a moss-covered stone stood, worn smooth by time and the elements. It felt oddly out of place, a relic of something forgotten, a marker of a moment long past. I approached it, drawn by an inexplicable urge to touch the cool, damp surface. My fingers grazed the stone, and a shiver danced along my spine, as if the stone had absorbed the whispers of those who had come before. I stood there, entranced, until the shadows deepened further. The forest transformed, each rustle and creak amplifying the silence. There was a weight to the air, a palpable tension that thrummed against my skin. I could feel the presence of the trees, ancient and wise, yet watchful, as if they were guardians of secrets too profound for human understanding. And then, as if summoned by my curiosity, the forest stirred. A low hum vibrated through the ground, resonating in my bones. I turned, scanning the edge of the clearing, my breath hitching in my throat. The shadows seemed to shift, taking on shapes that were not quite human, not quite animal. The air thickened, weaving around me, blurring the line between what was real and what was imagined. Time slipped away, the dusk settling into a deeper twilight. I found myself rooted to the spot, an observer in a world that felt both familiar and foreign. The rustling grew louder, a symphony of whispers weaving through the trees, brushing against my ears like a lover's caress. I strained to listen, desperate to decipher the language of the night, but it eluded me, a teasing wisp that danced just out of reach. As the first stars pierced the canopy, I noticed movement at the edge of the clearing. A figure, draped in shadows, loomed just beyond the trees. My heart pounded in my chest, a primal rhythm echoing the warnings of my ancestors. I felt the pull of something ancient and instinctual, urging me to flee, to escape the gaze of whatever dwelled in the darkness. Yet I remained, entranced by the figure that seemed to flicker at the periphery of my vision. I blinked, and in that moment, the figure was gone. The night breathed around me, the stillness returning like an old friend. I took a step back, the soft earth yielding beneath my feet, and suddenly, the sensation of being watched enveloped me once more. It was no longer merely a presence, it was a certainty, the weight of unseen eyes boring into my back. Compelled by an unseen force, I turned back toward the stone, the urge to touch it overwhelming. My fingers brushed the surface again, and the hum returned, louder, resonating in my bones. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment, losing myself in the sensation of the earth beneath me, the whispering trees, the heartbeat of the forest. But then, a sound broke the stillness, a low, mournful call that echoed through the clearing. It was a sound unlike any I had heard, a lament that seemed to weave through the very fabric of the night. My heart raced, each beat echoing the instinct to flee. Yet my body remained still, entranced by the eerie melody that beckoned from the shadows. I opened my eyes, and the world around me shifted. The trees loomed larger, their trunks stretching skyward, branches twisting like fingers, reaching for the heavens. The shadows deepened, thick and rich, wrapping around me, pulling me into their embrace. I felt the earth shift beneath my feet, a subtle tremor that reverberated through my body. As I stood there, the clearing seemed to expand and contract, the space around me warping like a reflection in water. The call echoed again, wrapping around me, pulling me closer to the edge of the unknown. I could feel the weight of the forest pressing in, the ancient trees bearing witness to my presence, to my intrusion into their realm. And then, in a fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of it, a figure emerging from the darkness. It was tall, impossibly so, with limbs that twisted unnaturally. The air crackled with a tension that made my skin prickle. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet remained rooted, glued to the soft earth beneath me. It felt as if the night itself had come alive, breathing and pulsing with a rhythm that resonated deep within me. The figure stepped forward, half hidden in shadow, its features obscured, yet achingly familiar. It was a reflection of all the stories I had heard, a manifestation of the whispers that danced through the trees. The air grew thick, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. And I understood, in that moment, that I was not merely a visitor. I was part of the story, woven into the tapestry of the night. The call echoed again, wrapping around me, drawing me closer to the figure that waited just beyond the veil of darkness. I felt the pull of something greater than myself, an invitation to step into the unknown, to embrace the whispers of the forest and the shadows that danced just out of sight. It promised freedom, a release from the confines of the mundane, a chance to become part of something timeless. But as the figure stretched toward me, the shadows flickered, and I felt the weight of choice pressing down on my shoulders. I could step forward, cross the threshold into the unknown, or I could turn away, retreat into the familiar embrace of the woods that had cradled me so tenderly. My heart raced, caught in the tension of possibility, and for a heartbeat, I teetered on the edge of the abyss. In that moment, clarity washed over me, and I understood the stories, the warnings that had echoed through generations. Freedom was not simply a gift, it was a choice, a pact with the unknown. I took a step back, the pulse of the forest thrumming beneath my feet, and I turned away from the figure that beckoned me from the shadows. The night sighed, the tension lifting like a fog, and as I retraced my steps through the clearing, I felt the weight of the trees settle back into stillness. The whispers faded into the distance, leaving behind only the rustle of leaves and the soft cadence of my breath. I emerged from the woods, the familiar scent of pine and earth enveloping me, a reminder of the beauty that lay within the known. As I walked back toward home, the shadows lingered at the edge of my vision, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest had shifted, that the tales were no longer just stories. They were a part of me, woven into the fabric of my being, whispering in the stillness of the night. The evening air hung heavy, a warm blanket draped over the shoulders of the world. I wandered through the garden, where the once vibrant colors of summer were fading into the muted tones of dusk. Each step crunched softly against the gravel path, the sound an echo of solitude. The fading light painted the edges of the leaves in gentle shadows, whispering secrets that only the wind seemed to understand. A single rose stood defiantly among the drooping marigolds, its deep crimson petals trembling slightly as if caught in a moment of hesitation. I reached out, the soft velvet texture brushing against my fingertips, and for an instant, I felt the pulse of life within it, a heartbeat of its own amidst the encroaching night. The air shifted, a quiet shift that sent a shiver down my spine, though the temperature remained warm. I looked around, the familiar sights of my sanctuary suddenly feeling foreign. The shadows deepened, stretching long and thin, as if something unseen was lurking just beyond the reach of the last light. A sense of waiting settled in my chest, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the garden, once a refuge, was holding its breath, ready to unveil whatever it had kept hidden. The house beneath the pines. I stumbled upon the house quite by accident, lost in the folds of the forest that bordered my small town. It stood there, half hidden beneath the towering pines, its once vibrant paint now a muted gray, peeling like the bark of the trees that surrounded it. The air felt heavier here, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, as if the very ground was trying to reclaim what had been lost to time. Stepping closer, I could make out the details of the structure. The windows, long devoid of glass, were like empty eye sockets, gazing out into the world with a hollow stare. The door hung slightly ajar, creaking softly in the whispering wind, as though beckoning me inside. Each step I took toward it sent a shiver skittering down my spine, a mix of excitement and unease curling in my stomach. I pushed the door open further, the hinges groaning in protest. The interior was cloaked in shadows, the light filtering through the gaps in the roof and the broken walls. Dust motes danced in the air, swirling lazily around me, illuminated by the beams of sunlight that managed to breach the dimness. The floorboards creaked underfoot, each sound echoing like a call from the past, urging me deeper into the bowels of the house. As I ventured inside, I ran my fingers along the walls, feeling the rough texture of chipped plaster beneath my fingertips. The air was stale, carrying with it the scent of mold and something faintly sweet, a remnant of a life that had once thrived here. I could almost hear the echoes of laughter, the soft murmur of conversations that had long since faded into silence. In the corner of what must have been a living room, an old armchair sat, its fabric tattered and faded, almost blending into the shadows. I felt drawn to it, as if it were a throne of memories waiting for a visitor. I brushed away a layer of dust, revealing a pattern beneath, floral and bright, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom that surrounded me. It was a remnant of joy, a forgotten comfort in this place of abandonment. The kitchen was next, the door swinging open to reveal a room frozen in time. Pots and pans hung from a rack, rusting like forgotten dreams, while a table lay at the center, its surface etched with scratches and stains. A thick layer of dust covered everything, but the faintest outline of a plate remained, as if someone had set the table for a meal that never came. I could almost envision the steam rising from a pot, the clatter of silverware, the warmth of companionship. Yet the air was cold, the silence palpable. As I moved through the house, I found remnants of lives lived. Children's drawings adorning the walls, faded photographs resting on the mantel, their faces smudged with age. I felt an unsettling kinship with them, their eyes seeming to follow my movements, pleading to be remembered. I traced the outline of one photograph, a family standing proudly in front of the very house I now wandered. They wore smiles that spoke of happiness, but their eyes held a depth of sorrow I could not fathom. A sudden chill swept through the room, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. The temperature dropped, and I could feel a presence, a heaviness that filled the air around me. It was a sensation I couldn't shake, as if the house itself was alive, breathing alongside me, watching my every move. I swallowed hard, trying to quell the rising tide of unease that washed over me. In the back of the house, I discovered a staircase, its wooden steps worn smooth by countless feet that had traveled them long ago. I hesitated for a moment, the instinct to turn back, battling against an inexplicable urge to ascend. The banister was cold beneath my palm as I climbed slowly, each step creaking in protest, the sound echoing in the hollow space around me. The upper floor was dimmer still, the light fading into shadows that seemed to stretch and twist like fingers reaching for me. I pushed open a door at the end of the hallway and found a small bedroom, the bed neatly made, as if awaiting the return of its occupant. The quilt was faded but lovingly stitched, a reminder of care in a place that had long been forgotten. On the nightstand, a glass of water sat, half full and still, dust collecting around its rim. I found it odd, almost comforting, yet profoundly unsettling. Who had left it there, and when? The air felt thick with unspoken words, secrets held close by the walls that had witnessed so much. I sat on the edge of the bed, my heart racing, feeling the weight of time pressing down on me. The window offered a view of the forest, the trees swaying gently as if in conversation. A breeze stirred the branches, carrying with it the faint sound of rustling leaves, whispering secrets that tickled the edge of my consciousness. I closed my eyes, letting the peace of the moment wash over me, but the stillness felt charged, as if the world beyond was holding its breath. When I opened my eyes, I felt the room shift, the atmosphere thickening, almost palpable. A shiver coursed through me as the shadows deepened, morphing into shapes that flitted just beyond my vision. I stood, heart pounding, as a low hum began to fill the air, a sound so soft yet insistent, like a distant lullaby. It wrapped around me, pulling me deeper into the house's embrace. I stepped out of the room, drawn back toward the staircase, feeling an invisible thread tugging at me. Each step felt heavier, as if the house itself was urging me to stay, to linger just a little longer. I reached the ground floor, where the air felt different, charged with an energy I could not name. The walls seemed to pulse, breathing in tandem with me, and the shadows danced just out of reach. I wandered back into the living room, where the armchair beckoned once more. A siren's call I could not resist. I sank into its depths, the fabric cool against my skin, the creaking of the chair enveloping me in a cocoon of silence. Here, I felt a sense of belonging, as if the house had claimed me as one of its own. The shadows whispered sweet nothings, lulling me into a trance. As I sat there, I felt the weight of the past settle around me, the laughter and sorrow intertwining like vines wrapping around my heart. Time slipped away, the hours dissolving in the quiet embrace of the house. I closed my eyes again, surrendering to the lull of the hum, feeling myself dissolve into the very fabric of the place. But then came a sudden silence, the hum fading into nothingness. I opened my eyes, the emptiness of the room pressing in on me, the shadows retreating like a tide. The house felt different now, the air thick with expectation. I stood, a sense of urgency swelling within me, urging me to leave, to escape the pull of this place that had claimed so many before me. I turned to the door, the creak of the hinges echoing in the stillness as I stepped outside. The forest loomed before me, its familiar embrace now tinged with a sense of foreboding. I glanced back at the house, its windows dark and unwelcoming, the door swinging shut with a finality that sent a shiver down my spine. The warmth of the sun felt harsh against my skin as I walked away, each step taking me farther from the whispers that lingered in the air. The world felt different as I emerged from the trees, the brightness of day almost blinding. The noise of the town seemed distant, muffled, as if I were waking from a dream. Yet I could not shake the feeling that the house beneath the pines had left its mark on me, its secrets woven into the very fabric of my being. I glanced back one last time, the outline of the house barely visible among the trees. And I felt a chill, knowing that its stories would remain, waiting for the next curious soul to wander too close. The sun dipped lower, casting elongated shadows that stretched across the room, curling around the furniture like dark tendrils. I settled into my chair, a well-worn piece with frayed edges, its fabric whispering secrets of long-forgotten conversations. The quiet enveloped me, a soft blanket that wrapped around my thoughts, muffling the world outside. A faint creaking echoed from the hallway, a sound so subtle it could have been the house itself shifting in its sleep. I paused, holding my breath, feeling the stillness swell. The air was heavy with the scent of aged wood and dust, the kind that settles in forgotten corners, cloaking memories in a thin veneer of neglect. Outside, twilight deepened and the shadows began to dance, flickering in the dim light like fleeting phantoms. I leaned back, my fingers tracing the grain of the wooden armrest, feeling the knots and grooves beneath my touch, each imperfection a testament to time. There was a hum in the silence, a low vibration that seemed to resonate from the walls, as if the house remembered everything it had ever housed. I let the moment stretch, aware of an unshakable feeling lurking just beyond the edges of my perception, like a distant storm gathering strength. The hollow room. It was late afternoon when I first saw it, the motel standing like a solitary sentinel at the end of a long, winding road. The fading light of the sun cast a warm but tired glow across its weathered facade, the paint peeling in strips that curled like dried leaves. There was an unsettling quietness to the place, a stillness that felt as though it had been frozen in time, caught between the busy rush of the world outside and the emptiness within. I parked my car in front of the office, the gravel crunching beneath my shoes as I stepped out. The air was thick with the scent of rain, a promise that never seemed to arrive, mingled with the distant tang of gasoline. A flickering neon sign buzzed softly, its glow dimming and brightening like a heartbeat. The vacancy was almost a whisper, urging me to enter. Inside, the office was small, cluttered with old brochures and faded photographs. The woman behind the counter looked up, her eyes a deep, unsettling shade of green. She offered a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, a brief flicker of warmth in an otherwise cold environment. I signed the register, the pen scratching against the paper like a whisper from another time. "Room 7, she said, handing me a key that felt heavy in my palm. It was old, the metal cool and slightly pitted, as if it had seen countless hands before mine. I thanked her, though I sensed that my words vanished into the stillness of the room, absorbed by the walls like secrets never meant to be shared. As I made my way to the room, the paint on the building seemed to sigh, a shudder that rippled through the structure. The pathway was littered with small stones, each crunch underfoot resonating in the quiet afternoon. A cluster of wilted flowers leaned against the side of the building, petals drooping as if burdened by an unseen weight. I wondered how long they had been there forgotten. Room 7 was at the end of the corridor, the door slightly ajar as if inviting me in. I pushed it open, and the hinges creaked softly, a sound that felt like a warning. The room was dim, the single window covered with sheer curtains that filtered the fading light into a ghostly glow. The furniture was sparse, a small desk with a single chair, a bed that sagged in the middle, and a dresser that bore the scars of age. I set my bag down, the thud of it a quiet punctuation in the silence. I could feel the weight of the room pressing in around me, the air thick with something unnameable, a tension that stirred just beneath the surface. I explored the small space, running my fingers along the rough edges of the dresser, the texture grounding me in the moment. The wallpaper was peeling in places, revealing patches of old plaster, and the air held a faint scent of mildew. It was both comforting and unsettling, a reminder of places visited and left behind. As night began to creep in, shadows stretched across the room, melding into corners where light dared not venture. I pulled back the thin curtains, revealing the parking lot below, empty but for my car, a lonely sentinel in the gathering darkness. The street lights flickered on, their light casting long, wavering shadows that danced against the walls. I sat on the edge of the bed, the mattress creaking softly beneath me. The stillness outside was profound, yet it felt as if the air was alive with a low hum, a vibration that resonated just beyond my comprehension. I tried to shake off the sensation, turning my attention to the small television that sat atop the dresser, its screen dark and lifeless. Hours slipped by, marked only by the slow passage of time. I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, counting the cracks that ran through the paint like veins. The silence wrapped around me like a heavy blanket, and I felt myself drifting, the weight of the day pulling me under. It was in this half-sleep that I first heard it, a soft sound, a whisper that brushed against my consciousness like a feather. I opened my eyes, heart thudding in my chest, straining to listen. The room remained still, but that whisper lingered, a quiet echo that called to me from somewhere deep within the walls. I sat up, glancing around, but nothing had changed. The air was still, thick, and yet that whisper persisted, now a gentle cadence that seemed to rise and fall, like the tide of an unseen ocean. It drew me to the door, urging me to step outside. I hesitated, a chill skimming across my skin, yet the pull was undeniable. I slipped on my shoes and opened the door, stepping out into the cool night air. The gravel crunched beneath my feet, the sound echoing softly in the stillness. I wandered towards the back of the motel, where the shadows grew deeper, darker. The whisper intensified, a soft murmur that tugged at my curiosity, beckoning me forward. The rear of the building opened up to a small courtyard, overgrown and wild. Weeds clawed at the edges of the pavement, and a few rusted chairs lay abandoned beneath a flickering light. I moved closer, the whisper now a chorus, swirling around me like smoke. It was then I noticed the door at the far end, slightly ajar, an invitation I hadn't anticipated. The wood was old, the paint chipped away to reveal the raw grain beneath. I approached cautiously, heart thrumming in my chest as I reached out, pushing the door open wider. Inside, the room was dark, the only light spilling in from the corridor behind me. Dust motes danced in the beam, shimmering like tiny stars. My breath caught as I stepped inside. The room was empty, save for a few scattered pieces of furniture, a table, a chair, and an old trunk that sat against the far wall, its lock rusted and broken. The whisper was louder now, a symphony of voices rising and falling in the stillness. I felt as though I had crossed into a different realm, the air thickening with history. It wrapped around me, a shroud of memories that felt both familiar and foreign. I stepped further inside, drawn to the trunk. Its surface was worn, the wood weathered and splintered, but it beckoned to me like a siren. I knelt before it, heart racing with an intoxicating mix of fear and curiosity. I reached out, fingers trembling as I lifted the lid. Inside, it was dark, the contents hidden beneath a layer of dust. I could barely make out shapes. A few old clothes, yellowed with age, a cracked mirror, and something that glinted faintly in the dim light. I leaned closer, peering into the depths, and the whisper crescendoed, rising to a fever pitch that filled my ears. Suddenly, I felt it, a chill that raced down my spine, an icy breath against my neck. I turned quickly, but the room remained empty, the shadows clinging to the corners like secrets. My heart pounded, a primal drumbeat echoing through the silence, urging me to flee. But my feet felt rooted, trapped in that moment of uncertainty. The voices began to recede, fading into a soft sigh that enveloped me like a tender embrace. I closed the trunk, the thud echoing in the stillness, and stood, feeling the weight of the room pressing in around me once more. The shadows seemed to watch, waiting as I backed away, heart racing with a mix of dread and exhilaration. I stepped back into the corridor, the air feeling lighter, but the whisper remained, a gentle reminder of the secrets held within those walls. I made my way back to my room, the gravel crunching beneath my feet, and closed the door behind me, sealing in the stillness. The night stretched on, and I lay back on the bed, heart still racing, mind swirling with questions. The whisper lingered in my ears, a haunting melody that refused to fade. I closed my eyes, willing myself to sleep, but the sensation of being watched persisted, a shadow looming just beyond the veil of dreams. In the quiet hours, I felt the room shift as if it were alive, breathing in tandem with me. I opened my eyes, staring into the darkness, and it felt as though the shadows were shifting, swirling, gathering. I could almost make out shapes within them, forms that hovered just at the edge of perception, tantalizingly close, yet impossibly distant. With the dawn, I awoke to an unsettling stillness. The room was bathed in the soft light of morning, yet the whispers had not entirely dissipated. They lingered in the corners of my mind, teasing me with their cryptic promise. I dressed quickly, eager to escape the confines of the motel. But as I stepped into the light, I felt that I was leaving something behind. A part of myself tethered to the hollow room. The drive away was a blur, the road stretching out before me like a ribbon of uncertainty. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the motel fade into the distance, but it remained, looming like a ghost in the morning light. The whisper echoed faintly in my ears, a reminder of what had been, a promise of what was yet to come. And as the sun rose higher, I could not shake the feeling that I had merely touched the surface of something far deeper, waiting patiently for the next traveler to unlock its secrets. The Lightkeeper's Dream. The air was thick with salt as I stood at the edge of the cliff, the jagged rocks jutting out below me like the sharp teeth of a long-forgotten beast. Mist rolled in from the sea, weaving through the crevices and pooling around my ankles, cool and damp. I could barely make out the lighthouse in the distance, its weathered stones and peeling paint a ghostly silhouette against the muted horizon. I had come to this place seeking solitude, hoping the rhythmic crash of the waves would wash away the weight of the world. Instead, the ocean whispered secrets, drawing me into its depths. The lighthouse had stood for over a century, its light the beacon for ships navigating the treacherous waters of the coast. I found it fascinating, this solitary structure, a steadfast guardian against the darkness that lay beyond. I imagined the lives it had touched, the sailors who had seen its beam piercing the fog, a promise of safety amidst chaos. Yet the closer I drew, the more I felt an unsettling energy thrumming beneath the surface, as if the very stones were steeped in stories they could not tell. The path to the lighthouse wound along the cliff, overgrown with wild grasses and brambles that seemed to clutch at my clothing as I passed. I could hear the distant call of gulls, their cries echoing like lost souls, but the world felt unusually hushed, as if the land was holding its breath. The mist thickened, curling around me like the fingers of a forgotten memory, and the air grew heavy with the scent of brine and decay. As I reached the base of the lighthouse, I placed my palm against the rough stone, feeling the coolness seep into my skin. The door creaked open with a reluctant groan, as if it had not been disturbed in years. Inside, the air was stale, mingling with the faint aroma of dampness and something else, something that tugged at the edges of my mind, just out of reach. I hesitated, but the urge to explore propelled me forward. The spiral staircase wound upward, each step worn smooth by the passage of time. I ran my hand along the railing, the wood splintered and dry, and the sound of my footsteps echoed in the cramped space, a soft reminder of my presence within this forgotten tower. The walls were lined with shadows, flickering in the dim light that filtered through the grime-caked windows. Dust motes danced lazily in the beams, swirling like tiny specters in the air, and I felt a chill creep up my spine. At the top, the lantern room awaited, its glass panes streaked with years of neglect. I stepped inside, the wind howling outside as if warning me to leave. The light, once a guiding star for lost mariners, lay dormant, its mechanism frozen in time. I approached the window, the fog swirling below like a thick shroud, hiding the world beyond. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, my breath fogging the surface, creating a fleeting connection between me and the world outside. In that moment, I felt a pull, an urgency that made my heart quicken. I scanned the horizon, searching for something beyond the mist, and it was then I saw it, a silhouette gliding silently through the fog. A vessel, its sails ghostly in the twilight, moving with an unnatural grace. A chill wrapped around me, tightening like a vice. I blinked, and it vanished, swallowed by the fog as if it had never been there at all. Unease settled in my stomach, but curiosity held me captive. I turned back to the lantern, studying its mechanisms, the forgotten gears and levers rusted with disuse. There was a sense of history here, a weight that pressed against my chest. I wondered about the lightkeepers who had once tended to this flame, their lives entwined with the sea, their fates woven into the fabric of the lighthouse. As I reached for the lantern's handle, my fingers brushed against something cold and wet, a slick residue that clung to the glass. I recoiled, shaking off the sensation as though it were a lingering touch. My heart raced, the shadows around me seeming to deepen, and I fought the urge to flee. But still, I lingered, compelled by an unseen force, the tug of the lighthouse drawing me deeper into its embrace. Hours passed, or perhaps only moments. Time lost its meaning in this place. The fog thickened outside, wrapping the world in a muted silence, while inside, the air grew heavier, as if charged with anticipation. I felt a whisper of movement at my back, a flicker of breath against my neck. But when I turned, there was nothing but the empty staircase. I stepped back to the window, peering through the glass, the darkness outside now almost palpable. I searched the waters below, the waves lapping hungrily against the rocks, but the vessel was gone. In its place, a shroud of fog lingered, swirling in intricate patterns, as if the sea itself was alive with restless spirits. I felt a strange longing, a connection to something I could not name, and it left me disoriented, adrift on an unseen tide. The lighthouse seemed to pulse around me, its stones vibrating with an energy that thrummed through the air. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, the echoes of lightkeepers long gone, their lives entwined with the sea. Each flicker of memory wrapped itself around me, a shroud of longing and loss. I felt the weight of their sacrifices, their dreams and fears, and an overwhelming urge to understand what had been left behind. The wind howled louder now, rattling the windows, and I stepped back, disoriented. As I turned, the lantern's mechanism caught my eye again, a gleam of brass peeking through the dust. I approached it once more, the chill of the air wrapping around me like a shroud. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and as I touched the cold metal, a surge of energy coursed through me, an electric jolt that set my heart racing. The light flickered to life. A beam shot out into the fog, cutting through the thick mist like a knife. I stumbled back, breathless, as the light danced across the water, illuminating the dark expanse of the sea. For a moment, I was awash in a feeling of power, a sense of purpose as if I had awakened something dormant within the lighthouse. But then the shadows deepened, stretching across the room, like long fingers reaching for me. A whisper filled the air, a low hum that vibrated in my bones, and I felt the weight of countless eyes upon me. I turned back to the window, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Shapes began to emerge from the fog, their outlines shifting and swirling, faceless figures drifting closer to the shore. They were not human, not anymore, their forms a mass of darkness that writhed against the light. The vessel returned, sailing silently towards them, and I realized with a jolt that it was not seeking harbor. It was drawn to the shadows, a moth to a flame. Panic surged within me, and I stumbled back from the window, my pulse racing as the lantern flickered wildly. The hum grew louder, filling the room with a cacophony of voices, a chorus of despair that tugged at my sanity. I felt trapped, ensnared in a web spun from the very fabric of the lighthouse, its history coiling around me like a serpent ready to strike. I turned to flee, my heart pounding in my chest, but the door slammed shut before I could reach it. The sound echoed in the small space, reverberating through the stone walls like a death knell. I was a prisoner in this tower, held captive by the weight of its past. The shadows closed in, pressing against me, and I felt their breath on my skin, cold and clammy. I pressed my back against the wall, searching for a way out, but the lantern continued to pulse, casting eerie light that illuminated the figures beyond the window. They were closer now, their shapes twisting and contorting, and I knew, deep in my bones, that they were drawn to the light I had awakened. With a surge of desperation, I lunged for the lantern, my fingers finding the cold brass once more. I grasped the lever and pulled, feeling the mechanism shift beneath my touch. The light flickered, dimming for a moment before surging back to life, a brilliant beam that cut through the darkness. The figures recoiled, their shapes contorting in agony as the light engulfed them. I felt a rush of exhilaration, a sense of control as I guided the beam towards them. But the moment was fleeting. The shadows writhed and twisted, their anguish echoing through the air, and the wind howled like a wounded beast. The door rattled violently, and I realized the storm outside had intensified, the waves crashing violently against the rocks below. I turned back to the lantern, my heart racing, and with a final desperate push, I flooded the room with light. The shadows shrieked, a cacophony of sound that resonated within me, and I felt the energy surging, pulling me into its depths. And then, as suddenly as it began, the light extinguished. Silent whispers. The wind brushed softly against the window panes, a gentle sigh that seemed to carry secrets. My fingers traced the patterns of the lace curtains, their delicate threads catching the dim light of the late afternoon sun. Shadows danced across the floor, flickering like memories on the edge of consciousness. Outside, the world was fading into twilight, the colors of the day melding into muted grays and blues. I felt a peculiar stillness settle over the house, wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. As I moved through the rooms, I could hear the creaks of the floorboards beneath my feet, the subtle sigh of the walls as they settled for the night. Each sound felt amplified in the quiet, a symphony of solitude. I paused in the hallway where the air was thick with the scent of aged wood and something more elusive, something earthy that clung to the corners. The family photographs lining the walls captured moments frozen in time, eyes smiling back at me, yet I felt a disquieting distance between their laughter and the silence enveloping me now. The house had been my refuge for years, a sanctuary from the world outside. It stood on the edge of a forest, a place where the trees whispered in the wind and shadows stretched long and thin across the ground. I often found solace in the solitude, but today an unsettling feeling gnawed at the edges of my comfort. I shook my head, attempting to dismiss the unease as a trick of my imagination. In the kitchen, the scent of the past lingered. The old oak table held the warmth of countless meals shared, yet it felt cold now, as if the warmth had seeped away with the fading light. I traced my fingers along the grain of the wood, feeling the grooves and knots, reminders of the lives that had gathered here. A chill passed through me, and I shivered slightly, though the air was still. I decided to prepare a simple meal, hoping to distract myself. The knife glided through the vegetables, a rhythmic chopping that echoed in the stillness. I focused on the task, each slice grounding me, until the knife clattered against the cutting board, the sound startling in the quiet. I paused, holding my breath for a moment, listening. Nothing stirred but the wind outside, rustling the leaves like whispers of forgotten tales. After dinner, I retreated to the living room where the fireplace stood cold and dark. The weight of the silence was palpable, wrapping around me like a shroud. I settled into the worn armchair, its fabric soft against my skin, the familiar contours molding to my body. I picked up a book, its pages yellowed with age, and began to read, but the words blurred together, slipping through my mind like sand through fingers. Outside, the darkness deepened, the trees swaying in a dance that felt almost sinister. I glanced out the window, but the glass reflected only my own pale face, eyes wide and searching. The flickering streetlight cast long shadows that flickered against the walls, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a figure moving just beyond the edge of the light, a shape that seemed to dissolve into the night. I shook my head again, scolding myself for letting my imagination run wild. I returned to the pages, forcing my eyes to focus, but the words had become foreign, tangled in the web of my thoughts. The quiet pressed in around me, heavy and thick, a presence that was more than just silence. It felt alive, watching, waiting. As the hours passed, I could no longer ignore the feeling that something was amiss. The house, once a sanctuary, felt like a trap, each room closing in on me. I closed the book, the thud of its cover echoing in the stillness, and stood up, my heart racing in my chest. I needed to move, to feel the air on my skin, to remind myself of the world beyond these walls. Stepping outside, the chill of the night air wrapped around me, sending a shiver down my spine. The stars were hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds, the moon a distant memory. I walked down the path, leading into the forest, each step crunching softly against the fallen leaves, their dry edges crackling beneath my weight. The trees loomed above me, their branches swaying gently, whispering secrets I could not decipher. In the depths of the woods, a sense of freedom enveloped me, the weight of the house lifting with each step I took. I wandered deeper, my breath mingling with the cool air, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath my feet. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. The trees shifted in the wind, casting elongated shadows that danced just beyond the reach of my vision. A soft rustle echoed through the underbrush, a sound both curious and unsettling. I turned, half expecting to see an animal, but nothing emerged. The stillness returned, thick and heavy, wrapping around me like a veil. I pressed on, the path twisting and turning, each step taking me further away from the safety of my home. Then I felt it, a presence just behind me, a breath on my neck that sent a thrill of fear racing through me. I spun around, but the darkness revealed only the gnarled trunks of trees, their bark rough and unyielding. My heart pounded in my chest, a steady drumbeat of dread. I turned back, quickening my pace, the sense of freedom now tainted by a creeping fear. As I retraced my steps, the shadows seemed to stretch and elongate, reaching toward me with cold, claw-like fingers. The path, once familiar, became a labyrinth, twisting and turning in ways I didn't remember. Panic began to rise in my throat as I stumbled through the underbrush, the branches clawing at my clothes, snagging like invisible hands. Then in the distance, I saw it, a light flickering through the trees, a warm glow that beckoned me closer. Relief washed over me as I stumbled toward it, but as I drew near, my heart sank. The light was not from my home. It was too bright, too inviting, flickering like a candle trapped in the wind. I hesitated, a warning whisper in the back of my mind urging me to turn away. But curiosity tugged at me, an insatiable need to know. I stepped closer, the warmth of the light enveloping me, and I could see now that it came from a small clearing, a place that felt alive with energy. The air thrummed around me, a vibration that resonated deep within my bones. I stepped into the clearing, and the light flared brightly, illuminating the faces that gathered there. They turned to me, their eyes wide and knowing, an eerie familiarity settling over me like a shroud. Their smiles were gentle, yet something in their gaze held a darkness that sent a shiver down my spine. I felt a pull toward them, a magnetic force that invited me into their circle, but an instinctual dread warned me to stay back. I took a step, then another, my breath catching as I approached. The light flickered again, casting shadows that twisted and morphed into grotesque shapes around the edges of my vision. The faces began to blur, their features shifting like smoke, and I realized I was no longer looking at people, but at something else entirely, something that wore the guise of humanity. I turned to flee, the cold grip of fear clutching at my heart, but the shadows closed in around me, blocking my escape. The whispers rose again, a cacophony of soft, soothing sounds that promised freedom, yet felt like a trap. My pulse quickened, the world narrowing to the thundering of my heart as I fought against the darkness that threatened to swallow me whole. With a surge of desperation, I pushed through the throng of shadowy figures, my feet pounding against the earth, each step a battle against the weight of their presence. I could feel their hands reaching for me, cold and insistent, but I broke free, running blindly into the trees, The forest swallowed me once more, the shadows retreating behind me as I stumbled through the underbrush. I didn't stop until I burst through the trees and into the clearing where my home stood, the comforting silhouette of the house rising against the night sky. I rushed inside, slamming the door behind me, the sound echoing in the stillness. The air felt different now, thick with an energy I couldn't place. I leaned against the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps, trying to shake the feeling that I was still being watched. As I sank to the floor, the silence returned, but it was no longer peaceful. It crackled with an electric tension, a sense that something lingered just beyond the edges of my perception. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing, but the memories of the faces haunted me, their smiles etched into my mind, a reminder that I was not truly alone. The house settled around me, the creaks and sighs becoming a haunting lullaby. I curled into a ball on the floor, the coolness of the wooden planks grounding me, but the shadows danced just out of reach, whispering promises of a freedom that felt more like a prison. I could feel the pulse of the forest outside, a heartbeat that echoed in my chest, and I realized that I was still tethered to that darkness, a part of it now, forever entwined. The whispers grew softer, but they never fully faded. They wrapped around me, a gentle embrace that promised release from the weight of solitude. I lay there, caught between the familiarity of my home and the wild pull of the woods, wondering if I would ever truly be free again. The unraveling. It started with the wind, a soft, unrelenting whisper that slipped through the cracks of my window, curling around my senses like a forgotten memory. I had always loved the solitude of my little house on the outskirts of town, surrounded by trees that stood like sentinels. Their trunks were thick and gnarled, their branches twisting toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The world outside felt vast, yet here, in my cozy living room, the scent of aged wood and leather enveloped me, creating a sanctuary from the chaos beyond. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the wind seemed to grow restless, pulling at the edges of my thoughts. I found myself drawn to the window, standing there for hours, staring into the dark embrace of the forest. The trees swayed gently, whispering secrets I couldn't decipher. I would close my eyes, imagining what lay beyond their tangled roots and shadowy depths, a world that felt just out of reach, yet palpably close. It was during one of those quiet evenings with the wind howling like a lost soul that I noticed something unusual. A peculiar light flickered in the distance, deep within the woods. It danced and shimmered, casting an eerie glow that seemed to beckon me. I rubbed my eyes, convinced I was seeing things, yet the light persisted, a beacon in the enveloping darkness. My heart thrummed with a curious mix of apprehension and intrigue. Against my better judgment, I felt compelled to investigate. I pulled on my worn coat, the fabric soft against my skin, and stepped outside. The air was crisp, biting at my cheeks as I made my way toward the forest. The wind was stronger now, swirling around me, as if trying to dissuade me from my path. I ignored its pleas, my curiosity a stubborn flame that burned brighter than the chill seeping into my bones. A light flickered between the trees, drawing me closer, illuminating the underbrush with an otherworldly glow. I stepped carefully, feeling the damp earth yield beneath my feet, each step sinking into the loamy soil. The scent of wet leaves and moss filled the air, rich and earthy, grounding me even as the anticipation coiled tighter within me. As I ventured deeper, the trees began to close in around me, their branches arching overhead like the ribs of a great beast. The light pulsed, and I could hear the faintest hum, a resonance that thrummed through the ground and into my bones. It was unsettling, yet oddly comforting, as if I were being welcomed into a hidden realm. My heart raced, and I felt the pull of something vast and ancient, a presence that loomed just out of sight. I finally reached a small clearing, and there it was, the source of the light. A stone altar, weathered and covered in a tapestry of lichen, stood at its center, bathed in an ethereal glow. The light shimmered off the surface of the stone, revealing intricate carvings that spiraled and twisted, depicting scenes that defied reason. Faces, alien and grotesque, seemed to shift in the light, their expressions both mournful and knowing. I stepped closer, drawn by an inexplicable need to touch the stone, to feel its texture beneath my fingertips. The surface was cool and slick, a contrast to the warmth radiating from the light. My breath caught as I traced the patterns, feeling the whispers of the forest grow louder around me. It was as if the very air thickened with anticipation, vibrating with a life of its own. In that moment, I understood the allure of the altar, the promise it held. It was a gateway, a threshold to something beyond the mundane existence I had known. The thrill of freedom coursed through me, a tantalizing invitation to leave behind the constraints of reality. I closed my eyes, allowing the sensation to wash over me, and for the briefest instant, I felt weightless, unmoored from the tether of my life. But as quickly as it came, the feeling faded, replaced by a suffocating sense of dread. The wind howled again, and the ground beneath my feet trembled. I opened my eyes to see shadows flickering in the periphery, twisting and shifting like smoke. The forest felt alive, restless and hungry, and the hum grew louder, merging with the pounding of my heart. I stumbled back, shaking my head to dispel the encroaching madness. The altar loomed before me, its glow now an insistent pulse, beckoning me to return. The air was thick with a scent I couldn't place, sweet and cloying, wrapping around me like a shroud. I turned to flee, my instincts screaming at me to escape, but the shadows coiled tighter, tendrils reaching out to ensnare me. The forest seemed to close in, each tree a looming figure, watching my every move. I felt their gaze, a collective consciousness, observing my retreat. As I ran, the ground shifted beneath me, roots snaking up from the earth, threatening to trip me, to pull me down into the depths of the forest. I fought against the rising tide of panic, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Finally, I burst through the trees, the moonlight flooding over me, bright and stark. I stumbled back toward my house, the comforting shape of it rising up against the night sky like a lifeline. I fumbled with the door, barely managing to push it open before slamming it shut behind me. The walls felt like a cage, but it was a cage I craved, a barrier between me and the darkness that lingered just outside. I leaned against the door, my heart pounding in my chest, the hum of the altar still echoing in my mind. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, but I was safe, cocooned within the familiar. I sank to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest, the comforting weight of my coat pressing against my skin. I closed my eyes, willing the memory of the light to fade, but it lingered, pulsing in the depths of my thoughts. Days passed, and I tried to push the experience from my mind, but the shadows had followed me home. I could feel them lurking at the edges of my perception, creeping into my dreams. The wind remained relentless, its whispers growing more insistent, more intimate, as if it were trying to share a secret that only I could hear. And nights were long, stretching endlessly, filled with the weight of unspoken words and unacknowledged fears. One evening, unable to resist the pull any longer, I returned to the clearing. The forest welcomed me back, the shadows weaving around me like a shroud. The altar stood unchanged, a constant amidst the shifting trees. The light pulsed softly, inviting me closer, and I felt the same thrill rush through me, mingling with a deeper sense of dread. I reached out again, my fingertips brushing the cool stone. This time, the carvings seemed to come alive, the faces shifting with a silent urgency. I could feel the forest drawing closer, the wind a chorus of voices urging me to listen, to understand. Each pulse of light was a heartbeat, a reminder that something was waiting for me beyond the veil of reality. The hum grew louder, resonating within me, and I closed my eyes, surrendering to the sensation. A sudden clarity washed over me, a vision of the vastness beyond the trees, of worlds that spun in the darkness, filled with wonders and horrors that defied understanding. The boundaries of my existence felt thin, as if I could slip through and join the great cosmic dance. But the shadows stirred, their presence pressing in around me, and I felt the weight of their hunger. I staggered back, the connection severed as panic surged through me. I turned to flee, but the forest had shifted, the trees closing ranks to obscure my path. I was trapped in a labyrinth of my own making, each turn leading me deeper into the embrace of the night. The wind howled, a cacophony of voices rising in a crescendo, drowning out my thoughts. I stumbled through the underbrush, branches clawing at my skin, and the altar faded from view, swallowed by the darkness. I could feel the shadows wrapping around me, pulling me toward the depths of the forest, whispering promises of freedom that dripped with poison. With every step, I felt my resolve crumbling, the call of the altar echoing in my mind, the allure of the unknown growing stronger. But as I plunged deeper into the shadows, I understood that freedom came at a price, a cost I was not prepared to pay. I fought against the pull, feeling the weight of countless eyes watching from the trees, waiting for me to succumb. Finally, I broke through the thicket, gasping for breath as the clearing opened before me once more. The altar stood there, bathed in that unsettling glow, and I felt the hum surge through the air. The wind howled, a final plea for my submission. I hesitated, caught between the thrill of what lay beyond and the safety of the known. As the shadows coiled around my ankles, I took a step back, the weight of the forest pressing down on me. I turned and ran, breaking free from the grasp of the trees, my heart pounding with the urgency of my escape. I burst from the woods, the chill of the night clinging to me like a shroud, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I was free. Night shift. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, a relentless metronome marking the passage of another long night. I nestled deeper into my chair, its fabric worn and threadbare, the scent of old coffee and stale air clinging to it like a second skin. The dim light overhead flickered occasionally, casting shadows that danced along the walls of the facility, their movements almost too fluid for comfort. I was alone, save for the hum of machinery and the soft whir of the air conditioning, which struggled against the oppressive silence. I worked the night shift at a small industrial complex, a place that was once vibrant with the sounds of production and human chatter. Now the building had taken on a different character, one that felt heavy and empty. The machines lay dormant, their metallic bodies cold and silent, as if they too felt the weight of the night pressing down on them. The glow of the control panel was the only source of light in this cavernous space, flickering like a heartbeat in the dark. As I leaned back, the creak of the chair echoed in the stillness, a reminder that I was not as alone as I had hoped. I glanced around the room, taking in the rows of abandoned workstations. Each one held remnants of the last shift, scattered papers, half-empty coffee cups, and tools left where they had last been used. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before, their laughter and conversations lingering like ghosts in the air. The minutes stretched, each one feeling heavier than the last. I took a sip from my thermos, the bitter taste of cold coffee mingling with the stale air. It was a comfort, a small piece of normalcy amid the encroaching shadows. I stared out through the large windows that lined one wall, peering into the inky blackness beyond. The outside world felt distant, a memory that faded further with each tick of the clock. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence, a soft clang echoing from the depths of the facility. My heart quickened, and I sat upright, straining to listen. It came again, a muted thud that seemed to reverberate through the floor. I told myself it was just the settling of the building, the natural noises that accompanied an empty space. Still, a sliver of unease crept into my thoughts, curling like smoke around my mind. I shook my head, willing myself to focus on the task at hand. There were reports to file, machines to monitor, and safety checks to conduct. The last thing I needed was to let my imagination run wild in the stillness. I returned to my paperwork, the sound of my pen scratching against the page, a small comfort, grounding me to the present. But the clang came again, louder this time, followed by a series of rhythmic thumps. I set my pen down, the sudden stillness amplifying the sound that now echoed throughout the facility. It felt deliberate, as if something was moving through the darkened corridors beyond my sight. I leaned back in my chair, straining to discern any further noise, but the rhythmic thumping had ceased, leaving only the unsettling quiet in its wake. I rose from my chair, the cool air brushing against my skin as I stepped away from the warm embrace of my workspace. The vastness of the facility stretched before me, each shadow an invitation for my mind to conjure images that sent chills down my spine. I reached for the flashlight hanging by the door, its weight familiar and reassuring in my hand. The beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating the rows of machines that loomed like sentinels. They stood in solemn silence, watching me as I ventured deeper into the heart of the facility. The thumps had stopped, leaving only the echo of my footsteps reverberating against the concrete floor. I paused at the intersection of two aisles, my breath catching as I peered into the gloom. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow darting across the far wall. I turned the flashlight toward it, but nothing remained, only the soft hum of machinery that seemed to taunt me. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, and pressed on, my heart thrumming in time with the muted thuds that echoed in my ears. I made my way to the loading dock, where the large bay doors loomed like gaping mouths, ready to swallow me whole. The distant city lights flickered beyond the glass, a reminder of the world outside. I stood there for a moment, the cold metal of the doorframe pressing against my palm, and took in the stillness around me. The air felt charged, thick with anticipation. Then I heard it again, a faint scratching sound, like nails against metal. It came from somewhere within the shadows beyond the loading dock. My fingers tightened around the flashlight, the beam trembling as I directed it toward the source. The light danced across the floor, illuminating nothing but the scattered debris and forgotten tools. But the scratching continued, insistent and growing louder. I hesitated, a shiver racing down my spine. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, to retreat to the safety of my workspace. But a part of me was drawn closer, fueled by an inexplicable curiosity. I stepped further into the darkness, the flashlight beam slicing through the shadows like a knife. The sound grew louder, more distinct, resonating from the corner of the room where the light could not reach. I could feel a presence, something waiting just beyond the edge of my vision. My breath quickened, the air thickening with an unnameable dread. I wanted to call out, to shatter the silence, but my voice felt trapped in my throat. I took a cautious step forward, the echo of my footfalls swallowed by the darkness. The scratching transformed into a low, throaty growl that curled around me like smoke. My heart raced as I flicked the flashlight toward the sound, revealing a tangle of cables and equipment that had been strewn across the floor. The growl deepened, reverberating through the air, and I stumbled back, my pulse pounding in my ears. Just as I turned to flee, the beam of light caught something, a flicker of movement in the shadows. For a fleeting moment, I saw it, a shape hunched and twisted, its form barely human. Panic surged through me, and I dashed back toward the safety of the office, the flashlight slipping from my grasp and crashing to the floor, extinguishing the beam in an instant. Darkness enveloped me, a suffocating shroud that pressed against my skin. I fumbled for the door, my fingers trembling as I reached for the handle. I could feel it behind me, the weight of its presence lingering, an uninvited guest in the silence. I slammed the door shut, locking it with a trembling hand, and pressed my back against the cool metal, desperate for the safety of the familiar. The thuds returned, this time louder and more erratic, reverberating through the walls as if the very building were alive. I held my breath, waiting for the sound to fade, but it only grew more insistent, an echo of something primal, clawing to be free. I slid down to the floor, my heart racing, feeling the coldness of the concrete seep into my bones. In the dark, I strained to listen, every noise amplified in the heavy silence. The scratching continued, accompanied by a low growl that filled the air with dread. I could hear it moving, searching, the weight of its presence a constant reminder that I was not alone. The door felt flimsy beneath my back, a thin barrier against whatever lurked beyond. Time stretched, each second a reminder of my solitude. I could feel the weight of my own thoughts bearing down on me, the fear coiling tight within my chest. It was a struggle to remain calm, to hold on to the rationality that had carried me through so many nights before. I thought of the other workers, of their laughter and chatter, now nothing more than echoes in a fading memory. The growling intensified, a primal sound that seemed to resonate from the very walls. I pressed my palms against my ears, desperate to drown it out, but it wormed its way into my mind, a haunting melody that echoed long after it faded. I could no longer distinguish the line between my imagination and reality, each moment blending into the next. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the sounds began to recede, retreating into the shadows as if whatever had haunted me had grown weary of the chase. I waited, breath held, heart racing, straining to hear even the faintest whisper of movement. The air felt thick with the weight of anticipation, but it was as if the very building had exhaled, releasing the tension that had filled it. In the quiet that followed, I slowly pushed myself up from the floor, the cool metal of the door still a comforting presence at my back. Cautiously, I turned the handle, the creak of the door sending a shiver down my spine as I stepped into the dimly lit hallway. The stillness was unnerving, a stark contrast to the chaos that had unfolded just moments before. I moved cautiously, the shadows clinging to the corners of my vision. I made my way back to my workspace, my heart still racing with remnants of fear. Each step felt heavy, as if the very air was thick with the weight of what had just transpired. The clock on the wall ticked on, oblivious to the terror that had unfolded within these walls. The office was just as I had left it, the soft hum of machinery providing a sense of normalcy amid the chaos. I sank back into my chair, the familiar weight of exhaustion settling over me like a blanket. I glanced at the empty workstations, the shadows now appearing less ominous and more a part of the landscape of this forgotten place. But the unease lingered, a quiet dread that wrapped around me like a shroud. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the echoes of the night still reverberated within these walls. I turned my gaze to the window once more, the city lights flickering in the distance, a reminder of the world that lay beyond the veil of darkness. As the night wore on, I could not shake the feeling that something had shifted. The facility felt different, as if it had breathed a sigh of relief, settling into a new kind of stillness. I resumed my paperwork, the scratching of my pen barely audible against the backdrop of the building's quiet. But deep down, I knew I was not truly alone. The shadows danced just beyond the reach of the light, and I could still hear the faint echo of growls in the distance. A reminder that freedom from fear is a fragile thing, easily shattered in the dark. The Forgotten Path. I had always loved the forest behind my childhood home. Its embrace a tangled mix of pine and oak that felt both familiar and mysterious. In the afternoons, sunlight would trickle through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the soft earth, and I could spend hours wandering its quiet trails. But that was long ago, and time, like the seasons, had a way of changing things. Years had passed since I last ventured into those woods, my life consumed by the demands of adulthood. However, one late afternoon, stirred by a sense of nostalgia and an inexplicable yearning, I found myself driving down the narrow road that led to my old neighborhood. The air was crisp, the sun hanging low in the sky, painting everything in hues of gold. I parked my car at the edge of the familiar gravel path, heart fluttering with memories, and stepped out. The faint scent of damp earth and pine needles greeted me, wrapping around me like an old friend. As I walked, the path was overgrown with weeds and brambles, but I pushed through, each step a tender reminder of days gone by. The crunch of twigs beneath my feet was a comforting sound, anchoring me to the present while the past whispered around me. I passed the clearing where we used to play, the laughter of my childhood echoing softly in my mind. But as I moved deeper into the woods, that echo began to fade, replaced by a stillness that felt heavier, thicker. Sunlight waned as the trees closed in, their branches arching overhead like skeletal fingers. I noticed a narrow trail, almost hidden beneath the underbrush, winding deeper into the heart of the forest. It beckoned to me, a forgotten path that seemed to pulse with a strange energy. Curiosity piqued, I stepped off the main trail, brushing aside the ferns that flanked the entrance. The moment I crossed into the shadows of the narrower way, the air shifted. It was cooler here, the light dimmer. My pulse quickened, a subtle thrill tinged with unease. The trees loomed taller, their trunks thick and gnarled, as if they had grown old, guarding secrets I had not yet discovered. I pressed on, the sound of my footsteps muffled by a carpet of decaying leaves, the scent of moss mingling with the faintest hint of something sweet and rotten. As I walked, I began to notice the small details, the way the bark of the trees twisted unnaturally, knots spiraling like eyes watching my every move. A sense of being observed crept into my mind, a quiet unease that nestled in the corners of my thoughts. I shook it off, attributing it to the dimming light and the weight of solitude. But then, I came upon a small clearing, a pocket of space where the trees bowed away from each other. In the center stood an old stone well, its mouth dark and yawning. Moss clung to its sides, and the air around it felt charged, as if it were holding its breath. I approached cautiously, drawn to it like a moth to a flame. The soil beneath my feet, soft and giving. Peering into the well, I couldn't see the bottom. It seemed to stretch into an abyss, swallowing all light. The silence around me deepened, and for a moment I could have sworn I heard a whisper carried on the wind, a sound just beyond my comprehension. Chills danced down my spine, but the pull of the well was irresistible, a gravity that urged me closer. I reached out to touch the stone, feeling its cool surface beneath my fingertips. As I did, a sudden rush of wind swept through the clearing, and the leaves stirred violently, a cacophony of whispers brushing against my ears. My heart raced, and I stumbled back, startled, the world around me feeling suddenly foreign and wild. I turned to retrace my steps, but the path seemed altered, the trees standing closer together, their branches intertwining as if they were alive, conspiring against my exit. Panic rose within me, a tight band around my chest. I pushed forward, my breath quickening, weaving through the trees, trying to find the familiar trail that led me home. Yet each turn felt wrong. The familiar scents of pine and earth were replaced by a dampness that clung to the air, thick and oppressive. The sun's fading light cast long shadows, and the whispers returned, swirling around me like a mist. I called out to the woods, pleading for guidance, but only silence answered, heavy and suffocating. Finally, I stumbled upon another clearing, this one smaller and choked with underbrush. In its center stood a twisted tree, its roots exposed and writhing like serpents. The bark was dark and cracked, and its branches stretched out in grotesque angles, creating an eerie silhouette against the dying light. I felt an instinctive revulsion, yet my feet moved forward, drawn to its presence. As I approached, I noticed something nestled among the roots, a small, weathered box. Its surface was covered in dirt and moss, but I could make out faint carvings, shapes that seemed to shift when I looked at them too closely. My fingers trembled as I reached down to touch it, the wood cool and smooth beneath my skin. I hesitated, a voice in my mind warning me to leave it be, but curiosity gnawed at me relentlessly. With a deep breath, I lifted the box, its weight surprisingly heavy. As I opened it, a rush of cold air enveloped me, and I was met with the sight of small trinkets, worn coins, faded photographs, and pieces of fabric that looked like they had been torn from a larger whole. Each item seemed to pulse with a history, a connection to something long forgotten. But one item caught my eye, a small mirror, its surface tarnished and cracked. I held it up to my face, and for a moment, I saw not my own reflection, but a flicker of movement behind me. I spun around, heart racing, but the clearing was empty, the shadows stretching around me like dark tendrils. The whispering grew louder, swirling like a tempest in my ears, words that I could not grasp, but felt deeply in my bones. I dropped the mirror, the sound of it clattering against the box echoing sharply in the stillness. The ground seemed to shift beneath me, and I stumbled back, the whispers coiling tighter around me, drowning out my thoughts. I turned to flee, the forest now a labyrinth of shadows, each tree a sentinel guarding against my escape. Panic surged through me, propelling me forward. I ran blindly, branches clawing at my arms, the underbrush tearing at my clothes. The whispers escalated into a cacophony, a chorus of voices urging me to stop, to listen, to surrender. But I couldn't. I pushed through, adrenaline coursing, the path twisting and turning, until at last I broke free from the trees and emerged onto the main trail. My breath came in gasps, the forest behind me shrouded in dusk, a wall of darkness that felt alive and watching. I stumbled back toward my car, glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking just beyond the trees. The air felt heavy, as if it had absorbed the whispers and secrets of the woods. I reached my vehicle, hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys, the comforting hum of the engine finally breaking the spell. As I drove away, the forest receding in the rearview mirror, the whispers faded, but the weight of their presence lingered. I could still feel the cool stone of the well against my fingers, the pull of the box against my heart. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the experience as a trick of the mind. But something deep within me knew that the forest had changed, had awakened something that lay dormant for years. The world outside my window blurred into a wash of colors, but the memory of the forest remained sharp, etched into my mind like a brand. I felt a quiet dread settle within, a whisper of something unresolved, something that would not let me go. And as I drove home, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only shadows in its wake. A part of me wondered if I had truly left the forest behind, or if it had taken root within me, waiting for the right moment to return. The air grew heavy as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a muted glow over the landscape. Shadows stretched long and thin, curling around the gnarled roots of the ancient oak that stood sentinel in the yard. I often found solace beneath its sprawling branches, a refuge from the world beyond. But tonight, the familiar embrace of its bark felt different, almost as if it were shifting beneath my fingertips, breathing softly in the twilight. A light breeze stirred, rustling the leaves in a whisper that seemed to carry secrets from the depths of the forest. I paused, inhaling the earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves, a bittersweet reminder of the cycle of life unfolding around me. There was a stillness that settled over everything, punctuated only by the distant call of a lone owl, its haunting cry echoing in the growing darkness. I glanced toward the edge of the woods, where the trees stood like sentinels, their trunks thick and twisted. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow perhaps, or merely a trick of the dimming light. I could not tell. Yet a quiet unease settled in the pit of my stomach, a knowing that something lingered just beyond the reach of my understanding, waiting for the night to unveil its true nature. The Forgotten Path. It was late autumn when I first wandered into the depths of the city's underbelly, a place where the sun's touch felt like a distant memory. The air had turned brisk, and the leaves, once vibrant, had begun their slow descent into decay. I walked the cracked pavement, the chill seeping into my bones, my breath visible in the stillness. The streets wore a layer of neglect, the buildings slouched with weary facades, their windows vacant and broken. The entrance to the tunnel was shrouded by a tangle of vines, a forgotten threshold that seemed to beckon me closer. As I stepped inside, the world outside faded, the comforting sounds of the city replaced by an echoing silence that thrummed against the walls. The damp air clung to my skin, heavy with the scent of earth and mildew. Each footfall against the cold concrete reverberated, a reminder of my presence in a place long abandoned. The tunnel stretched ahead, its mouth widening into a yawning darkness. I hesitated, the light from the entrance slowly dimming behind me. But curiosity, that insatiable whisper, nudged me deeper into the shadows. The walls were rough, jagged stone, slick with moisture, and I traced my fingers along their surface, feeling the cold seep into my skin. I could hear the distant drip of water, a rhythmic pulse that added to the eerie ambiance of the tunnel. As I moved further in, the air grew heavier, the smell of damp earth becoming more pronounced. The faint echo of my footsteps played tricks on my mind, creating an illusion of movement behind me, a sensation that something else might be lurking in the darkness. I paused, stilling my breath to listen, but the sound faded, leaving only the steady drip and the quiet hum of my own heartbeat. I pressed on, the walls narrowing as the tunnel twisted and turned like a serpent coiling around itself. The faint glow of my flashlight flickered over the ground, revealing patches of moss and scattered debris, forgotten remnants of a world above. A rusted pipe jutted out from the wall, its surface rough and covered in a thick layer of grime. I traced the path of the pipe with my eyes, wondering where it led, what secrets it might hold. Time lost its meaning as I wandered deeper, the path winding endlessly, each turn leading to another dimly lit corner. My mind began to play tricks. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, and the air thickened with an unshakable sense of being watched. I could almost hear whispers threading through the silence, soft and haunting, like a melody of lost souls echoing in the dark. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a small chamber, its ceiling arching high above me, adorned with moss and creeping ivy. A single beam of light filtered through a crack in the stone, illuminating the dust motes that hung suspended in the air. In the center of the room lay a small, rusted grate, its bars caked with dirt and debris. I approached it, kneeling to peer through the bars into the darkness below. The void seemed to stretch endlessly, a fathomless pit that whispered of ancient secrets and forgotten things. As I knelt there, I felt an unsettling pull, a whisper of freedom that beckoned me to venture further. I could almost taste it, that intoxicating promise of escape from the weight of the world above. I imagined slipping through the bars, descending into the depths, shedding the burdens of life like a second skin. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, a tantalizing thrill that mingled with the dread curling in my stomach. I stood, the weight of the decision heavy in the air. The tunnel behind me felt more constricting now. Each step away from the light, a step towards something unknowable. My heart raced, and I took a breath, the cool air filling my lungs like a whispered secret. I turned back, glancing over my shoulder at the way I had come, but darkness behind me thickening, swallowing the faint light that remained. With a deep breath, I took a step forward, moving closer to the grate. The moment I touched the rusted metal, a tremor shot through me, a warning that sent my instincts screaming. I pulled back, shaking my head as if to clear the fog of temptation that clouded my mind. This was not a path meant for me. I was not ready to surrender to the darkness. The chamber felt alive, the walls pulsating with a quiet energy that vibrated in my bones. I could almost hear it calling to me, a soft insistence that wrapped around my thoughts, urging me to stay, to forget. I forced myself to turn away from the grate, my heart pounding in my chest as I retraced my steps, the shadows pressing in closer, as if reluctant to let me go. Yet as I moved, I felt the tunnel shift, the walls narrowing with each step I took. The air thickened, turning stifling, as though the darkness was closing in, seeking to reclaim what I had nearly surrendered. I quickened my pace, the echo of my footsteps growing frantic, the steady drip of water now a cacophony in my ears. With every turn, the way back seemed to twist and stretch, becoming a labyrinth designed to ensnare. Panic clawed at my throat as I pressed onward, the light from the entrance dimming further, a pinprick of hope swallowed by the encroaching shadows. The silence grew oppressive, the whispers rising to a fever pitch, a chorus of voices urging me deeper, promising freedom if only I would yield. Finally, I stumbled into another chamber, larger and more foreboding than the last. The walls here were slick with moisture, and the air smelled of something sweet and rotten. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I scanned the room, the beam of my flashlight revealing shapes in the dark, piles of debris, discarded remnants of lives once lived. And there, in the corner, a figure stood shrouded in shadow, its presence heavy and watchful. I froze, the weight of its gaze pressing down on me, a primal instinct flaring within. Every part of me screamed to turn and run, to escape the suffocating grip of the darkness that threatened to envelop me. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in quick gasps as I turned and ran, the tunnel twisting and turning, my footsteps echoing in a frantic rhythm. The shadows chased me, whispering sweet nothings that tugged at my mind, coaxing me to return, to embrace the darkness. But I pressed on, the light of the entrance flickering ahead, a beacon in the encroaching night. With each step, I fought against the pull, the promise of freedom twisted into a snare. Finally, I burst from the tunnel into the cool night air, gasping as the familiar sounds of the city wrapped around me like a warm embrace. I turned back, my heart racing, as I looked upon the gaping maw of the entrance, the shadows inside swirling like smoke. I could still hear the whispers lingering in the air, calling me back to the depths. But I stood firm, taking a step away from the darkness, away from the freedom it promised. With a last glance at the tunnel, I turned and walked into the night, the weight of the world above settling on my shoulders once more. The city stretched out before me, a labyrinth of choices and paths, each one leading to freedom in its own way. I had escaped the darkness, but I knew it lingered just beneath the surface, waiting for the moment I might be tempted to return. The air thickened around me as I stepped into the room. The dim light cast long shadows, stretching like fingers across the cracked floorboards. Dust motes danced lazily in the fading sun, swirling in a delicate ballet that belied the stillness of the space. I took a moment to let the silence settle, its weight heavy like a thick blanket, wrapping around my shoulders. Every corner of the room bore the imprint of time, peeling wallpaper revealing layers of color, like forgotten memories. I brushed my fingers over the surface of an old dresser, the wood warm, yet rough beneath my touch. A faint mustiness clung to the air, the scent of age lingering like a whisper. I could almost hear the echoes of laughter that once filled the room, now replaced by a profound emptiness that seemed to hold its breath. As I moved closer to the window, I noticed a tiny crack in the glass, a jagged line that snaked through the pane. Outside, the garden lay overgrown, wild, with unkempt weeds that reached toward the sky. It felt as if the earth itself was reclaiming this space, a quiet reminder that life persists even in abandonment. I leaned in, straining to catch a glimpse of what lay beyond, yet the shadows deepened, shrouding everything in a veil of uncertainty. Night watch. The dim light flickered from the overhead bulbs, casting elongated shadows that danced along the corridor. It was the kind of place where time seemed to stretch, each second an echo, reverberating in the hollow spaces of the empty facility. I had settled into my role as a night watchman, taking comfort in the solitude, though the stillness often felt like a thick fog pressing down on me. I walked the halls with deliberate steps, the soles of my shoes whispering against the polished linoleum. The scent of antiseptic lingered, mingling with the faint metallic tang of the old building's infrastructure. Everything seemed untouched, as if the world outside had forgotten this place entirely. The hum of the fluorescent lights was my only companion, a monotonous lullaby that followed me from room to room. Each night unfolded with a predictable rhythm, a careful inspection of the main floors, a check of the storage rooms, and a slow amble through the labyrinth of narrow corridors. I relished these moments, the quiet reverie settling around me like a well-worn blanket. Yet, as the hours slipped away, an unease would creep in, subtle but persistent, a reminder of the loneliness that filled the void. Tonight was no different. I had made my way to the break room, where a single table stood in the center, surrounded by mismatched chairs. I set my flashlight down, its beam cutting through the gloom, illuminating the faded posters on the walls, remnants of past events that had once filled this place with laughter and chatter. I traced my fingers along the edges of a peeling flyer, the paper crumbling slightly under my touch. But even here, in the heart of what was once a bustling facility, there was a weight in the air that clung to me, making it hard to breathe. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the hum of the lights wrap around me, but the stillness felt different tonight. It wasn't just the absence of people, it was something else, something beneath the surface. I returned to my rounds, my footsteps echoing softly through the hall. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, deeper, as if the darkness itself had grown restless. I paused at a window, looking out into the night, where the moon hung low, casting a silver sheen over the empty parking lot. The silence outside was absolute, a heavy blanket that pressed against the glass. But I could have sworn I felt something shift in the corners of my vision. With a shake of my head, I dismissed it and continued on, the sound of my breathing filling the void. I walked past the old storage rooms, their doors slightly ajar, just enough to hint at the darkness within. I could hear the faint creaks of the building settling, but tonight they felt more like whispers, as if the structure itself were sharing secrets I wasn't meant to hear. As I made my way to the far end of the facility, I noticed the flickering of lights once more, but this time it seemed to come from the supply closet. I stepped closer, the door standing ajar like a gaping mouth, and peered inside. The shelves were lined with boxes, their contents long forgotten. A chill rushed through me, a shiver that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. I pushed the door open wider, and a rush of stale air enveloped me. The light flickered again, casting strange shapes on the walls. I took a cautious step inside, the creak of the floorboards beneath me sounding like a warning. The closet felt tighter, the shadows deeper, as if I had crossed some invisible threshold. A sense of dread curled in my stomach, but curiosity held me firm. I reached for a box perched precariously on the top shelf, my fingers brushing against the coarse cardboard. I was surprised to find it surprisingly light, and as I lowered it to the ground, I felt the weight of an old memory swell in my chest. It was filled with dusty medical supplies, forgotten remnants of care. But just as I turned to leave, something caught my attention. A small, unmarked envelope lay hidden beneath the box. I picked it up, my fingers trembling slightly as I traced the smooth surface. It felt significant somehow, as if it held a piece of the past I was not ready to confront. I opened it slowly, revealing a single photograph, the edges worn and creased. In the dim light, I could make out the faces of people smiling, their joy radiating from the snapshot. They stood in front of this very facility, their eyes bright with life. But behind them, the building loomed, shadows stretching ominously. It was as if the very walls were watching, waiting. A shiver ran down my spine, and I quickly put the photograph back in the envelope. I stepped back, the cool air of the closet brushing against my skin, and I felt a sudden urge to leave. The tension in the room thickened, a palpable presence that made it hard to breathe. I closed the door behind me, sealing away the remnants of that past. As I resumed my patrol, the air felt heavier, the shadows around me seeming to pulse with a life of their own. The building was still, but the silence had shifted, becoming almost watchful. I passed by the nurse's station, where old paperwork lay scattered, the ink fading, stories forgotten. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, each second a reminder of the hours that crept by. I found myself checking it more often, its hands moving slower than I remembered. Time felt elastic, stretching and warping, and in the corners of my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was unfurling, like a dark flower blooming in the silence. I moved toward the main hallway again, the lights flickering above me, casting a stuttering glow that felt almost alive. The quiet had become oppressive, a thick fog that clung to me, and I could hear the faintest sound, like a whisper, echoing just out of reach. I turned, scanning the corridor for any sign of movement, but found nothing, only the creeping shadows, waiting. With each step, my heart quickened, the familiar comfort of my solitude now tinged with an edge of fear. I pressed on, my fingers brushing against the cool metal of the railing as I ascended the stairs to the second floor. The air was colder here, a chill that settled deep in my bones. I felt a pull, a sensation that drew me toward the far end of the corridor. As I approached a room at the end, I paused, the door slightly ajar. A flicker of light seeped through the crack, and the moment I stepped closer, an unsettling hum vibrated in the air. I felt an urge to step back, to retreat into the safety of the familiar, but something kept me rooted in place. I pushed the door open, and the light inside flickered as I entered. The room was empty, save for a single chair positioned in the center, as if it were waiting for someone to take a seat. On the walls hung framed photographs, faded and yellowed with age, showing scenes of life within these walls. I took a deep breath, the air thick and stale, and moved closer to the nearest frame. As I studied the faces frozen in time, I felt a sudden wave of recognition wash over me. They were the same faces from the photograph I had found earlier, but these were different, taken in moments of everyday life. A sense of connection washed over me, an inexplicable bond forming between the past and my solitary vigil. But then, I noticed a figure in the background of one photo, a shadowy form lurking just beyond the frame, indistinct but undeniably present. My heart raced as I shifted my gaze from the picture to the chair, a hollow feeling settling in my chest. I could almost hear the echoes of laughter and chatter fading into the recesses of my mind. Yet the whispering had grown louder, an insistent murmur just beyond comprehension. I turned to leave, the chill in the air wrapping around me like a shroud. But as I stepped back into the corridor, I felt a presence, a weight pressing against my shoulders. The shadows seemed to writhe, coiling tighter around me, and I hurried down the hallway, the flickering lights now feeling like a countdown. As I reached the stairs, a soft thud echoed behind me, followed by silence. I paused, heart pounding, a cold sweat breaking out across my brow. I fought the urge to look back, to confront whatever had stirred in the darkness, but an unshakable instinct urged me to keep moving. I descended the steps, the light from the exit sign growing brighter with each step I took. The weight of the building pressed in on me, the walls whispering secrets I was no longer willing to hear. My footsteps quickened, a desperate rhythm that echoed in the stillness. Finally, I burst through the doors and into the night, the cool air hitting me like a wave. I gasped, lungs filling with the scent of freedom and the distant sounds of life outside the facility. The moon hung high above, casting silver light across the ground. I glanced back at the building, its dark silhouette looming against the sky. In that moment, I felt a sense of release, the shadows that had clung to me evaporating into the night. I turned away, the weight of the facility lifting as I stepped onto the pavement, leaving behind the whispers and echoes of a place that had once been alive. The quiet dread lingered, but for now, I was free, moving into a world that pulsed with the warmth of life. The weight of silence. There was a peculiar stillness in the air when I moved into the old house at the end of Maple Street. The creaking boards seemed to sigh beneath my weight, a soft, echoing reminder of the lives once lived within those walls. Each day, I would wander through the rooms, tracing my fingers along the dusty windowsills and peeling wallpaper. The house felt like a forgotten story, its pages yellowed and brittle, yet rich with whispers of the past. On the first night, I lay in bed, the blankets heavy against my skin, a calming weight that wrapped me in a cocoon of warmth. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, their branches scraping against the window like fingers brushing softly against the glass. As I drifted into sleep, I felt the house breathe around me, a slow, rhythmic pulse that matched the steady beating of my heart. Days turned into weeks, and I settled into a routine of solitude. The mornings were quiet, the sun spilling through the grime-smeared windows, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the air. I would spend my afternoons in the small garden, tending to the overgrown plants that fought to reclaim the earth. Their leaves were thick and vibrant, a stark contrast to the shadows that clung to the corners of the house. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the atmosphere shifted. The shadows elongated and deepened, creeping like tendrils through the rooms. There was a heaviness that lingered in the air, a weight that seemed to press against my chest, making each breath a little harder to draw. I told myself it was simply the remnants of a long-forgotten sorrow that hung in the house, a melancholic echo of loss. It was on one such evening that I noticed the faint sound of scratching. It began as a distant murmur, almost like the rustle of leaves, but it grew sharper, more insistent. I followed the sound, my heart quickening, down the narrow hallway that led to the cellar door. The wood was worn and splintered, and as I hesitated before it, the scratching intensified, clawing at the silence that enveloped me. With a hesitant hand, I turned the knob and opened the door, a cloud of stale air rushing past me. The stairs spiraled down into darkness, each step a reluctant descent into the unknown. I felt the walls closing in, the oppressive silence thickening around me. The scratching was now a frenzied rhythm, a desperate plea that echoed off the stone walls. At the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a small, damp room. The air was cool against my skin, the scent of earth and decay swirling around me. In the far corner, shadows writhed, a mass of darkness that seemed to pulse with life. The scratching had ceased, replaced by a low, throaty rumble that resonated deep within the stone. I felt an involuntary shiver race down my spine, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The room was alive, filled with an energy I could not comprehend. The darkness shifted, coiling and uncoiling like a serpent, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of something, an eye, or perhaps 1,000 eyes, watching me from the depths. I stumbled back, the air thickening around me as I turned to flee. The darkness surged forward, a whisper of something ancient and unfathomable. I dashed up the stairs, heart pounding, and slammed the door behind me, as if I could trap whatever lurked in the shadows away from my reality. The next day, I tried to shake off the memory, burying it beneath mundane tasks. I cleaned the kitchen, washed the dishes, and tended to the garden, but the air felt heavy, as if the house was holding its breath. I could feel the shadows gathering, growing denser in the corners of my vision, always just out of sight. Nights passed in a restless haze, each one marked by the same scratching that echoed through the stillness. I began to dread the setting sun, the way it transformed the familiar into something sinister. The house, once a refuge, became a cage, the walls closing in tighter with each passing day. It was on the fifth night that I could no longer ignore the pull of the cellar. The scratching had morphed into a rhythmic chant, a lullaby that beckoned me closer, wrapping me in its dark embrace. I found myself standing before the cellar door once more, heart racing as I gripped the knob. The cool metal felt alive beneath my palm, a reminder that the unknown awaited me. As I descended into the depths, the darkness welcomed me like an old friend. The room was unchanged, the shadows still swirling in their chaotic dance. But now, they seemed to pulse with a sentience, a knowing that made my skin crawl. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very walls were aware of my presence. In the center of the room, a small pile of earth lay heaped against the stone wall, freshly turned. I felt a strange compulsion to kneel beside it, to press my fingers into the cool soil. As I did, the rumble returned, a low growl that vibrated through the ground and into my bones. I could feel the pulse of something beneath, a heartbeat that resonated with my own. And then I saw it, a shadowy tendril slithering out from the darkness, reaching for me with a slow, deliberate grace. I froze, captivated by the dance of the unknown. It coiled around my wrist, cool and slick, and a jolt of fear raced through me. Yet, deep within that fear was a whisper of something else, a seductive allure that beckoned me to stay. In that moment, I felt the boundaries of my own existence blur. The house was no longer a mere structure of wood and stone. It was alive, a creature of its own. I could sense its history coursing through the walls, the lives that had passed through, the echoes of laughter and sorrow that lingered like perfume. The tendril tightened around me, and I knew I had crossed a threshold. I was no longer a visitor, but a part of this dark symphony, woven into the very fabric of the house. I felt a flood of memories wash over me, faces long forgotten, stories buried beneath time, and a profound longing that reached beyond the veil of my understanding. As I surrendered to the shadows, the whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices that enveloped me in their embrace. I could see fragments of my past, illuminated like fireflies in the night, each flicker a moment suspended in time. I was free, unshackled from the weight of the mundane, drawn into a tapestry woven from the fabric of the universe itself. But with that freedom came a cost. The shadows wrapped around me tighter, pulling me deeper into their depths. I could feel the walls of the room closing in, the weight of existence pressing down upon me. I was lost in the darkness, an offering to the unknown that lay beyond the veil of comprehension. And as the last of my resistance slipped away, I understood the house was not merely a refuge, but a prison of my own making. The freedom I sought lay beyond the door, but the shadows would not let me go. The scratching resumed, a haunting melody that echoed through the darkness, resonating with the pulse of the house and my own fading heartbeat. In that moment, I was both free and bound, a whisper lost in the silence, forever woven into the fabric of something far greater than myself. The weight of the house settled around me, and I surrendered to the shadows. The last flicker of light extinguished as I embraced the unknown. The room was an old friend, its familiarity wrapping around me like a worn quilt. I could almost feel the creak of the floorboards beneath my feet, a gentle reminder of the countless evenings spent in their embrace. Dust motes danced lazily in the light that filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow over the faded wallpaper, its once vibrant patterns now muted and peeling at the edges. As I settled into the armchair in the corner, the fabric felt cool against my skin, though the air was thick with the warmth of the late afternoon sun. I pulled the frayed throw blanket over my lap, its fibers prickling softly against my legs. Outside, the world was quiet, save for the distant rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a bird, each sound stretching the silence taut. Yet there was an undercurrent, an unspoken tension that seeped through the walls. The house had its secrets, the kind that linger in the corners, hiding just out of sight. I felt it then, a subtle chill that whispered along my spine, as if the very air was waiting for something to break the stillness. I sat back, breathing in the scent of aged wood and memories, allowing the quiet dread to settle around me like the blanket I held. The Keeper of the Light. The air was thick with salt and a lingering dampness, wrapping around me like a heavy cloak as I trudged along the narrow path that snaked through the tall grass. The coast was hidden behind a curtain of fog that rolled in from the sea, thick and heavy, swallowing the world in shades of gray. Each step was deliberate, my boots sinking slightly into the wet earth, the grass slick and glistening from the morning dew. I had come to this desolate place, seeking solitude, a moment to breathe away from the noise of the world. But I sensed something else, an undercurrent of anticipation that prickled at the back of my neck. The lighthouse loomed in the distance, its structure partly obscured by the swirling mist. It stood proud against the relentless waves that crashed upon the rocky shore, a solitary sentinel watching over the deep. The paint had begun to peel, curling away from the stone beneath, as if the lighthouse itself was shedding the weight of countless storms. I could almost hear the whisper of the wind as it wrapped around the tower, tugging at its sides like a child clinging to a parent. I paused, captivated by the way the light flickered through the fog, each beam cutting through the gray haze like a knife. As I approached, the scent of brine mingled with something sweeter, a hint of decay that clung to the rocks. The path narrowed, the grass giving way to sharp stones and the occasional patch of sand, rough underfoot. I could feel the chill in the air, a creeping cold that settled into my bones. The lighthouse, once a beacon of hope for sailors lost at sea, now felt more like a tomb, guarding secrets I was yet to uncover. I pushed the heavy door open, the rusted hinges groaning in protest, and stepped into the dim interior. Dust motes danced in the slants of light that filtered through the grimy windows, illuminating the empty space. The air was stale, thick with the scent of mildew and forgotten dreams. A spiral staircase wound its way upward, each step creaking softly beneath my weight. I grasped the railing, its surface smooth and cold against my palm, and began the ascent. With each step, the world below faded away, swallowed by the fog that clung to the earth like a shroud. I could feel the air grow thinner, heavier as I climbed higher. The walls, lined with peeling wallpaper that once might have been a cheerful yellow, now seemed to close in around me, the light dimming with each turn of the staircase. I paused to catch my breath, my heart pounding in my chest, an echo against the silence that surrounded me. Reaching the top, I found myself in the lantern room, surrounded by glass that seemed to shimmer with the faintest hint of moisture. I approached the great lens, its polished surface reflecting the faint light like an eye gazing out into the fog. I ran my fingers along the glass, tracing the contours of its curves, feeling the weight of history in the cool surface. It was as if the lighthouse had been waiting for me, holding its breath, anticipating my arrival. Outside, the fog pressed against the glass, swirling and shifting, a living thing. I could hear the distant roar of the waves, their rhythm a pulse that thrummed in time with my own heartbeat. I stepped closer to the edge, peering out into the void. The world beyond was swallowed by mist, but I could almost sense the presence of the sea, vast and unknowable, stretching beyond the horizon. The light from the lantern flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the walls, and for a moment, I felt the weight of the night pressing against my chest. It was then that I noticed the small wooden box resting in the corner, partially hidden beneath a layer of dust. I knelt down, brushing away the grit, revealing a beautifully carved surface, smooth and dark like polished stone. The lid was slightly ajar, inviting me to pry it open. My fingers trembled as I lifted the lid, revealing an array of trinkets, shells worn smooth by time, small glass bottles filled with sand, and a collection of faded photographs, their edges frayed and curling. Each item seemed imbued with a sense of longing, whispers of lives once lived, dreams cast away into the depths of the ocean. I picked up a photograph, the image faded but clear enough to reveal a group of people standing in front of the lighthouse, smiling into the camera. Their faces were frozen in time, eyes bright with hope, unaware of the shadows that would soon stretch across their lives. A chill ran through me as I placed the photograph back in the box, feeling the weight of their stories pressing upon my heart. The light flickered again, a sudden burst of brightness that momentarily illuminated the room. I glanced out at the sea, where the fog had begun to lift, revealing the jagged rocks below, slick and glistening under the waning light. A wave crashed violently, sending up a spray that glimmered in the fading sun. The light's rhythm pulsed, slow and deliberate, a metronome marking the passage of time. And as I stood there, I felt a profound connection to the lighthouse, as if it were a part of me, tethered by unseen threads. The wind howled around the structure, carrying with it the haunting cries of gulls that echoed through the air. I turned my gaze back to the lantern room, taking in the space, the way it felt both alive and abandoned, a paradox wrapped in fog. My heart raced as I thought of the countless nights the keeper had spent here, watching over the waters, guiding ships safely home. But what had happened to him? What stories had he taken with him when he vanished into the mist? As I stood lost in thought, I felt the temperature drop, a sudden chill that wrapped around me like a shroud. The fog seemed to gather at the edges of my vision, thickening, pressing in closer. A sense of urgency gripped me, and I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut with a force that rattled the walls. Panic clawed at my throat, and I rushed toward the heavy wooden door, grasping the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I pushed harder, desperation flooding my veins, but it was as if the lighthouse itself had sealed me within its walls. My heart raced, and I backed away, glancing around the room, seeking an escape. The light continued its steady pulse, casting strange shadows that danced across the floor. I felt the weight of something behind me, a presence that hovered just beyond the edge of my perception. It whispered to me in the silence, a low murmur that sent shivers cascading down my spine. I turned slowly, feeling the air grow thick with tension. The fog pressed against the glass, coiling around the edges like fingers reaching for something lost. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in as if the lighthouse itself was tightening its grip. I could hear the soft thrum of the light, a heartbeat in the darkness, and it resonated within me, calling me closer, urging me to listen. As I approached the lens once more, I felt the pull of the sea, a longing that seeped into my bones. I pressed my hand against the glass, feeling the cool surface beneath my palm, and in that moment, the light flared bright, illuminating the room in a blinding glow. I was swept into a vision, a rush of images flashing before my eyes. Ships tossed upon the waves, sailors crying out for help, and the lighthouse standing resolute, its beam cutting through the tempest. I staggered back, the vision fading as the light dimmed, leaving me breathless. I could feel the walls vibrating with an energy that thrummed beneath my skin. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices entwined in the very fabric of the lighthouse, each one begging to be heard. I stumbled toward the door again, my pulse racing, but it remained stubbornly shut, an unyielding barrier between me and the world outside. The weight of the lighthouse pressed against me, and I could feel the fog creeping into my mind, wrapping around my thoughts, blurring the edges of reality. I fought against it, desperate to hold on to my sense of self, but the voices were relentless, echoing through the chamber, drowning out my own thoughts. Each whisper carried with it a fragment of memory, a story that intertwined with the keeper's fate. I felt my grip on reality slip, the shadows wrapping around me like a lover's embrace. In that moment of surrender, I felt the presence coalesce beside me, a figure emerging from the fog, face obscured, but radiating an ancient sadness. My breath hitched in my throat as I recognized the keeper of the light, a guardian of lost souls, forever bound to the lighthouse. He reached out, hand extended, and I felt an overwhelming pull, a connection that transcended time. I stepped closer, entranced, as he beckoned me to join him, to become a part of the stories that lingered in the walls, the dreams that had been cast adrift upon the waves. My heart raced as I felt the fog envelop me, drawing me into its depths, whispering promises of freedom from the burdens I had carried for so long. But then, a flicker of clarity broke through the haze, a reminder of the world outside, the laughter of children playing on the shore, the warmth of sunlight on my skin. I hesitated, torn between the allure of the lighthouse and the life waiting for me beyond the fog. The keeper's gaze bore into mine, a silent plea that echoed in the depths of my soul. In that moment, I felt the weight of my choice, the pulse of the light quickening as the fog thickened around me. I turned away from the keeper, my heart aching, and rushed toward the door. I slammed my shoulder against it, and with one final push, the door gave way, bursting open to reveal the world outside, the fog retreating like a tide. I stumbled down the steps, the salt air filling my lungs, a rush of freedom flooding my veins. The lighthouse stood behind me, its light flickering in the distance, a reminder of the stories that would remain, forever entwined in the fog. I turned back once more, the keeper watching from the shadows. And as the mist rolled in, I knew he would continue to guard the light, waiting for the next lost soul to wander through the door. The waves crashed against the rocks, a rhythmic lullaby that filled the air as I stepped away, leaving the lighthouse behind, the weight of its secrets fading with each step. I felt the fog lift, the sun breaking through the haze. And in that moment, I embraced the freedom of the open coast, the world unfurling before me, like a promise waiting to be fulfilled. The quiet hours. There was a certain stillness in the house that crept under my skin like a whisper, wrapping around me like a thin fog. It was an old place, layered with the sense of dust and varnish, the kind that clung to the corners of rooms and settled into the creases of faded upholstery. The wooden floorboards creaked beneath my weight, each step a cautious negotiation with the house's age. I had come here seeking refuge, a temporary escape from the chaos of the outside world, unaware that the stillness held secrets far older than I. The first night was quiet, save for the gentle ticking of the wall clock in the dimly lit hallway. Its rhythmic sound pulsed through the silence, each tick echoing in the recesses of my mind. I traced my fingers along the polished wood of the mantelpiece, feeling the cool, smooth surface. A series of photographs lined the walls, faces frozen in time, their gazes watching, judging. I avoided their eyes, focusing instead on the soft glow of the lamp, its shade casting shadows that danced across the room. As the days passed, I fell into a routine that felt almost dreamlike. I would rise with the sun, the golden light spilling through the lace curtains, illuminating the dust motes that hung in the air. The house felt alive, though I could never quite discern how. The air held a heaviness, a kind of expectancy that wrapped around me like a shawl. It was comforting and unsettling all at once. I found the mirror in the back bedroom, tucked away behind an old dresser. Its surface was mottled, the silver backing tarnished in places, giving it a ghostly quality. I hesitated before reaching out to touch it, my fingertips brushing against the glass. A chill ran through me, not from the coldness of the surface, but from the strange sensation that rippled beneath my skin. It was as if the mirror held something just beyond the surface, something that yearned to be seen. Each time I passed it, I felt the tug of something familiar, yet foreign. I would catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, only to find nothing there when I turned my head. I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a manifestation of my imagination, but the feeling lingered like a shadow. The mirror seemed to breathe, exhaling a sense of longing that seeped into my thoughts. Days turned to weeks, and the house began to reveal itself in odd ways. I discovered a small battered radio in the kitchen, its knobs stiff and unyielding. I wiped the dust from its surface, hoping for a connection to the outside world, but it crackled to life only in muffled bursts. Occasionally, I would hear snatches of music or voices, warped and distant, fading in and out like whispers carried by a breeze. I found myself drawn to it, my fingers grazing the cold metal as I turned the dial, searching for something, anything that felt like home. The clock, too, took on a new significance. I became obsessed with its steady ticking, the way the hands moved with a deliberate grace. I would often sit in the living room watching it entranced. There was comfort in its predictability, a stark contrast to the uncertain silence that enveloped me. But as the days stretched into an eerie monotony, I began to notice that time itself felt warped. The hands would sometimes freeze, holding steady for what felt like hours before resuming their slow march. The walls seemed to breathe with the passage of time, a rhythm that echoed through the house. It was during one of these quiet moments that I felt the first stirrings of unease. I stood before the mirror, the afternoon light casting a soft glow across its surface. My reflection appeared normal at first, yet as I stared deeper, I noticed something flickering at the edge of my vision. A shadow danced just out of reach, an elusive shape that teased my senses. I leaned in closer, my breath fogging the glass, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a figure standing behind me, a fleeting silhouette that vanished the instant I turned around. The dread settled like a weight in my chest, pressing down, and I retreated from the mirror, my heart racing. I brushed it off as fatigue, the result of long days spent in solitude. I busied myself with chores, dusting the shelves, washing dishes, but the unease lingered, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. Each night, as I lay in bed, I could hear the clock's relentless ticking, a constant reminder of the passing hours, as if time itself was marking my stay in this house. Weeks turned into a blur, and the outside world faded into a distant memory. My dreams became twisted reflections of my waking life, filled with half-formed images and unsettling sounds. I would wake with a start, the echo of whispers still clinging to the edges of my consciousness. The radio's crackle intensified, murmuring secrets that felt just beyond my grasp. I began to wonder if I was losing myself to the house, if it was slowly pulling me into its depths. One evening, I returned to the mirror, feeling a compulsion I couldn't explain. I stood before it, the light dimming around me, shadows stretching and contorting in the corners of the room. I leaned closer, my breath hitching in my throat, and for a moment, I thought I saw a shimmer of movement within the glass. My heart raced, pounding in my ears as I pressed my palms against the cool surface. Suddenly, the room felt charged, electric with anticipation. I could hear the clock ticking louder now, as if it were counting down to something unseen. I felt a strange pull, a whisper that beckoned me forward. The glass rippled, distorting my reflection, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. I wanted to look away, but something held my gaze steady, urging me to lean in further. Then, just as quickly as it began, it stopped. The surface smoothed out, returning to its familiar stillness. I stumbled back, breathless, my heart pounding against my ribs. The mirror had returned to its passive state, but the lingering sensation of something lost echoed in my mind. I turned away, feeling a deep chill settle in the pit of my stomach. The next morning, I awoke to the sound of the radio playing softly, an ethereal melody that felt strangely comforting. The room was draped in a muted light, and I could sense a shift in the atmosphere. The house seemed to breathe differently, the air thick with a weighty anticipation. I ventured into the kitchen, drawn to the radio, its warm glow inviting. I fiddled with the dial, seeking clarity in the static, but the melody twisted and warped, a haunting lullaby that curled around me. As I stood there, the clock chimed, its sound reverberating through the stillness. I glanced toward it, the hands frozen at an hour I could not decipher. The shadows in the corners deepened, darkening the edges of my vision. I felt a pull toward the mirror again, an insistent tug that grew stronger with each passing moment. I tried to resist, but the compulsion overwhelmed me, drawing me back down the hallway. I stood before the mirror, the air thick with anticipation. My reflection appeared as a vague outline, the light dimming until it felt as if the glass were alive, breathing. I leaned closer, heart pounding, and in that moment, I felt a rush of cold air envelop me. The surface rippled once more, revealing glimpses of a world beyond, a shadowy realm filled with echoes of laughter and voices that sang of freedom. As I stared, entranced, I felt the boundaries of reality blur. It was as if the mirror offered a passage, a way out of the constraints of my existence. I could feel the weight of the house lift, the chains of solitude shattering like glass. I reached out, fingertips brushing against the cool surface, and in that moment, a pulse of energy surged through me. I hesitated, fear clawing at the edges of my mind. The house had kept me tethered, wrapped in its embrace, and the thought of stepping beyond was both intoxicating and terrifying. But the allure of freedom was undeniable, whispering sweet promises that danced just out of reach. As I leaned in further, the shadows coalesced into something tangible, a figure emerging from the depths of the glass. It beckoned me closer, and in a heartbeat, I felt myself slipping away. The boundary between the world and the mirror dissolved, and I was drawn into its depths, the house fading behind me like a long-forgotten dream. The clock ticked on, its hands moving steadily forward, unaware of the silent exchange that had taken place. The radio crackled, the melody transforming into a distant echo, a lullaby for those who dared to listen. And in the quiet hours that followed, the house remained a keeper of secrets, waiting for the next weary soul to wander through its doors. The Forgotten House. I stumbled upon the house during one of my solitary walks, as I often did to escape the weight of the world. Hidden behind a curtain of trees, it stood like a hushed secret, its once proud structure now hunched and weary. The paint, a faded green that must have once been cheerful, peeled away in long curling strips, revealing the raw wood beneath, worn and splintered like the hands of an old man. The windows were dark eyes, some cracked, others boarded up, peering out into the encroaching dusk, while the roof sagged under the burden of its own age. Curiosity tugged at me as I crossed the threshold of the overgrown yard, where weeds danced among the remnants of a garden. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the sweetness of decay. I brushed aside a low-hanging branch, its bark rough against my fingers, and approached the front door, which hung ajar, creaking softly as I nudged it open. Inside, the house exhaled a breath of musty air, the kind that clung to the back of the throat, tinged with the faintest hint of something floral, perhaps from the wallpaper that still clung stubbornly to the walls. Patterns, once vibrant, now faded into ghostly images of flowers and vines, twisted and curled like skeletal hands reaching for the past. Sunlight filtered through the grime-coated windows, casting strange shadows that danced along the floorboards, which groaned softly underfoot, as if protesting my presence. I took a moment to let my eyes adjust, letting the quiet envelop me. It was a stillness that thrummed in the air, a palpable pause that spoke of memories long forgotten. Dust motes floated lazily in the shafts of light, suspended like tiny stars in a universe of silence. Each step I took stirred the remnants of what once was, the echoes of laughter and whispered secrets trapped within the walls. The living room was dominated by a fireplace, its mantel cluttered with the remnants of a life once lived. A cracked mirror hung askew above it, reflecting my own curious face back at me, framed by the shadows. I ran my fingers along the mantel, brushing against the soft film of dust that coated everything, and felt an unexpected chill crawl up my spine. It was an odd sensation, as if the house itself was alive, watching, remembering. I moved deeper into the house, drawn by an unseen force. The kitchen lay beyond, its wooden cabinets gaping open like the mouths of the forgotten. Rusty pans hung from hooks, their metal dulled by time. A thick layer of grime coated the countertops, and I could almost envision the bustling of a family preparing meals, laughter echoing against the walls. Yet now, only silence remained, broken only by the soft whisper of the wind outside, like a distant memory yearning to be heard. I opened one of the cabinets, surprised at how easily the door swung open, revealing a collection of tripped dishes stacked haphazardly. I traced the rim of a plate with my fingertip, feeling the cool surface under the dust. There was something intimate about this abandonment, as though the house held on to its past with a fierce desperation. I imagined the family that once gathered here, the warmth of their lives now reduced to echoes. The hallway beckoned, its walls lined with peeling portraits that watched me as I passed. The faces were faded, features blurred with time, yet I could feel their gaze, heavy and knowing. I shivered, the sensation of being scrutinized creeping beneath my skin. I continued, drawn toward the staircase, which curled upward like a gnarled finger, beckoning me to explore further. The wooden steps creaked with each ascent, the sound swallowed by the oppressive quiet. A thin layer of dust coated everything, and the air grew cooler as I reached the second floor. I stepped onto a landing that overlooked the darkened living room below, a vantage point that felt both inviting and foreboding. A door at the far end of the hall caught my eye, slightly ajar. I felt an inexplicable pull, as though it held secrets waiting to be unearthed. I approached, the floorboards groaning beneath me as I reached for the door handle, its cool metal sending a shiver up my arm. I pushed it open slowly, the hinges protesting with a low groan. Inside was a bedroom, the walls painted a soft blue, now dulled and chipped. The bed, draped in a faded quilt, seemed to sigh beneath the weight of time. A rocking chair sat in the corner, its wood polished smooth by years of gentle movement, though now it stood still, waiting. I stepped inside, the air heavy with an old sorrow, the kind that seeps into the bones and lingers long after the heart has forgotten. I wandered to the window, peering out at the wild garden below, where nature had taken back its domain. Vines climbed the walls, wrapping around the splintered wood like a lover's embrace. The world outside was vibrant, yet within these walls, time had slowed to a crawl, cocooning me in an unsettling stillness. It felt as though I had crossed a threshold into another realm, where the past lingered like a ghost, refusing to fade away. I turned back to the room, drawn to a small desk tucked into the corner. Papers lay scattered across its surface, yellowed with age, the ink faded, yet still legible. I picked one up, feeling the fragile texture between my fingers. the words danced before my eyes, fragments of a life woven into the fabric of the house. There were sketches too, delicate lines tracing the contours of faces long gone, capturing moments frozen in time. As I sifted through the remnants, I felt a heaviness settle over me, a sense of melancholy that enveloped me like a shroud. Each piece I touched seemed to resonate with the energy of its creator, a faint echo of joy and sorrow intermingled. I was intruding upon a story that was not mine, yet I couldn't help but feel a connection to the lives that had once filled this space. In the corner of the room, a small trunk caught my attention, its leather cracked and worn. I knelt beside it, fingers trembling as I fumbled with the clasp, which released with a soft click. Inside, I found a collection of mementos, a locket, a faded photograph of a family, and a small, intricately carved wooden figure. Each item held a history, a memory that spoke of love and loss, laughter and tears. As I sifted through the contents, a sense of unease began to creep over me. The air felt thicker now, almost charged, as if the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. I glanced toward the door, half expecting to see someone standing there, a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, but there was only the stillness of the room. I stood slowly, feeling the weight of the trunk's contents in my hands. The atmosphere seemed to shift, a subtle change that set my heart racing. I turned toward the window, hoping for a glimpse of the outside world, but the glass was clouded with grime, distorting the view. Shadows danced just beyond the panes, swirling in the twilight. The sensation of being watched returned, more pronounced now, prickling at the nape of my neck. I stepped back, my breath quickening as I scanned the room, half expecting to see a figure materialize from the shadows. But there was only the weight of silence, thick and oppressive, wrapping around me like a noose. I had to leave. I turned toward the door, but something held me back, an invisible force anchoring me in place. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt the walls closing in, the air growing heavier with each passing moment. The house was alive, its spirit entwined with the remnants of those who had once inhabited it. I took a step back, my foot catching on the edge of the trunk. I stumbled, and a low thud echoed in the quiet, reverberating through the room. Panic surged within me, and I turned to flee, rushing toward the door, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight. As I reached the threshold, I glanced back one last time, the room now cloaked in shadow, the figures in the photographs watching with an intensity that sent chills racing down my spine. I dashed down the hallway, the stairs seeming to stretch before me, each step a desperate attempt to escape the weight of the past. Bursting through the front door, I stumbled into the cool evening air, gasping as the weight of the house fell away. I turned back to look at it, the structure looming in the gathering darkness, its windows now glinting like eyes in the fading light. The wind rustled through the trees, whispering secrets I could not grasp. I walked away, the unease lingering like a shadow at the edge of my mind. The house faded into the distance, yet I could feel its pull, an unshakable connection to the lives once lived within. The world outside was alive with sound and light, yet the echo of that stillness followed me, a reminder that some places are never truly abandoned. Whispers among the pines. The cabin stood at the edge of the clearing, its weathered wood blending seamlessly with the surrounding pines. The air felt thick with the scent of damp earth and moss, a smell that clung to the skin like an unwelcome embrace. I arrived just as dusk began to unfurl its purple cloak over the forest, the last light retreating and surrendering to an ever-deepening darkness. The quiet was profound, almost reverent, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves, whispering secrets to one another. Inside, the cabin was simple, a small room dominated by a stone fireplace, its hearth cold and dark. Dust motes danced lazily in the fading light that slipped through the grimy window panes. I set down my bag, the sound of it thudding against the floor, echoing in the stillness. I took a moment to breathe, allowing the forest's pulse to seep into my bones, the rhythm of nature both soothing and unnerving. With a spark and a flicker, I coaxed life into the fireplace. Flames crackled to life, casting flickering shadows that seemed to leap and retreat across the walls, animating the very wood that had sheltered those who came before. I settled into a chair, the leather cool and cracked beneath me, its scent a mix of age and neglect. I wrapped my fingers around a mug of tea, the warmth seeping into my palms. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, their needles brushing against one another like hushed voices sharing a dark truth. As the night deepened, the fire flickered low, and I found my eyes drawn to the window where the forest loomed, a dark wall of shadow. The trees stood tall and silent, their shapes twisted and gnarled, branches stretching out like skeletal fingers. I felt a chill skitter up my spine, a whisper of something lurking just beyond the veil of darkness. Yet, I brushed it aside, reminding myself that this isolation was a gift, a chance to breathe, to think. But the forest had a way of reaching in. I heard it first as a faint rustling, like a soft footfall on the leaf-strewn ground. I shifted in my chair, peering out into the blackness. The wind had stilled, holding its breath, as if the world itself was waiting. I told myself it was just an animal, perhaps a deer, or even a rabbit, moving through the underbrush. But the longer I listened, the more it felt as if I were being watched. The rustling persisted, punctuated by an occasional snap of a twig. I took another sip of my tea, the warmth no longer comforting, but rather a reminder of my solitude. I set the mug down, the clink against the wood reverberating in the quiet. Shadows danced at the periphery of my vision, and I turned my gaze back to the window, straining to catch a glimpse of what lurked outside. The moon emerged from behind a shroud of clouds, its silvery light spilling over the clearing, revealing the outline of trees and the undulating shapes of the forest floor. I squinted, searching for movement. The rustling had ceased, leaving an unsettling silence that pressed against my ears. I felt a cold knot forming in my stomach, a sense of being unmoored, as if the forest were a living thing, breathing and alive with intent. In an attempt to dispel the creeping dread, I rose and paced the small room, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of dust. I ran my fingers along the rough-hewn walls, tracing the grain of the wood, feeling its history seep into my skin. There were marks etched into the beams, scratches, perhaps made by previous guests, their stories embedded in the fibers of the timber. I imagined them here, drawn to the quiet, just as I was, seeking solace from the world. But the forest had claimed them, too. I could almost hear their laughter, faint and distant, carried away by the wind. I stopped in my tracks, a shiver crawling down my spine. The cabin was not just a refuge, it was a tomb for their echoes, a vessel holding the whispers of those who sought freedom in the woods. The thought lingered, heavy and oppressive, as I returned to the window. The moonlight now illuminated the clearing fully, the shadows stretching long and twisted. I noticed something that hadn't been there before, a flicker of movement just beyond the trees. My heart quickened as I squinted, trying to pierce the darkness. It was as if something was beckoning me, pulling at the edges of my consciousness. A low rustle drew my attention once more. There, just at the threshold of the trees, stood a figure. It was too far to discern any details, but the shape felt familiar, yet wrong. It seemed to sway gently, a delicate dance among the shadows, and I found myself rooted to the spot, the air thickening around me. Panic clawed at my throat. I stepped back from the window, the wood creaking beneath my weight. What was I doing? I was here to escape, to find peace, not to succumb to paranoia. I turned, forcing myself to look away, to focus on the fire instead, the flames licking hungrily at the logs, their light flickering in the dimness of the cabin. But the figure lingered in my mind, a specter haunting the periphery of my thoughts. I tried to shake it off, to dismiss it as a figment of my imagination, but my mind would not relent. Each crackle of the fire felt like a heartbeat, each whisper of the wind a reminder that the forest was not as empty as it seemed. Time slipped away, the fire dwindling to embers, its warmth fading. I wrapped my arms around myself, seeking comfort in the fading glow. Outside, the forest had grown still once more, the heavy silence draping over the cabin like a shroud. I could no longer deny the sense of unease that had woven itself into the fabric of the night. I returned to the window, compelled by a force I could not name. The figure was gone, swallowed by the shadows. The clearing lay bare, illuminated only by the moon, the trees standing sentinel, their branches whispering softly as if sharing secrets only they could understand. I felt a strange yearning, a pull towards the darkness that beckoned just beyond the threshold. As I peered into the night, the wind stirred again, sending a shiver through the trees. It carried a sound, low and melodic, like a distant lullaby, weaving through the air and wrapping around me. I stood transfixed, feeling the melody tugging at my heart. It was a song of longing, a call to something deeper, something buried beneath the layers of reality. The urge to step outside grew stronger, an insistent whisper urging me to embrace the unknown. My heart raced as I pushed the door open, the creak of the hinges breaking the stillness like a gasp. The cool air washed over me, crisp and alive, and I stepped into the night. The world was transformed in the moonlight, the forest breathing around me, alive with a symphony of rustling leaves and soft whispers. I felt as if I was part of something greater, a thread woven into the very fabric of the night. I took a step forward, the ground soft beneath my feet, and the song grew louder, pulling me deeper into the embrace of the trees. As I moved, the shadows shifted, twisting and turning, guiding me deeper into the woods. I felt an exhilaration, a sense of freedom, as if the weight of my past had fallen away. Each step drew me closer to the source of the melody, my heart beating in time with the rhythm of the night. But as I ventured further, the trees began to close in around me, their branches curling like claws, the path fading into darkness. The song morphed into a cacophony of whispers, 1,000 voices melding into one. I paused, a flicker of doubt creeping in, yet the pull was undeniable, dragging me toward the heart of the forest. In that moment, I realized I was not alone. The shadows shifted, shapes emerging from the darkness, figures cloaked in the night, their faces obscured, but their presence palpable. I felt a chill sweep through me, the realization that I was no longer an outsider, but part of their world, a world steeped in silence and shadow. The melody wrapped around me, enveloping me in its embrace, and I took a deep breath, surrendering to the darkness. The forest welcomed me, its whispers growing louder, a chorus of voices beckoning me further into its depths. I was free from the burdens that had anchored me to the world I had known, free to lose myself among the trees. And as the last remnants of the cabin faded from my mind, I understood that freedom came with a price. The forest had claimed me, just as it had claimed those before me. In the depths of the night, I became a part of its tapestry, woven into the whispers among the pines. Night watch. It was the kind of silence that had weight, the kind that pressed down on your chest and settled deep in the hollows of your bones. I stood at the entrance of the old factory, my breath mingling with the crisp night air, the fog coiling around my ankles like a hesitant serpent. The moon hung low, draping everything in a pale wash, illuminating the cracked pavement that led to the rusted double doors. They loomed before me, heavy with decades of neglect, peeling paint, whispering secrets I had no intention of unraveling. The night shift had begun. I stepped inside, the air stale and thick with the scent of dust and metal. The soft crunch of gravel beneath my boots echoed through the cavernous space, a reminder of my solitude. I was alone In this derelict world, the hum of distant machinery long silenced, only the faintest suggestion of memories lingering in the shadows. A flickering overhead light buzzed lazily, casting jittery shapes against the walls, each pulse a reminder of life that had once thrived here. As I wandered deeper, the floor beneath me creaked, a symphony of groans that seemed to question my presence. I ran my fingers along the rusted conveyor belt, its surface rough and pockmarked, remnants of time etched into the metal. I imagined the workers who once stood here, their hands stained with grease and toil, faces set in concentration as they crafted something from nothing. Now only echoes remained, an absence that felt almost tangible. The faintest breeze carried with it a whisper, a tickle at the back of my neck. I turned slowly, scanning the shadows, but the factory held its breath, content in its stillness. The air shifted, and I felt a chill creep beneath my skin, a low hum of anticipation that drummed steadily in my veins. I pressed on, navigating through the maze of machinery that sprawled like a forgotten labyrinth. Each step was deliberate, mindful of the ghosts that flitted just out of sight, weaving in and out of the fabric of my imagination. In the far corner, I found a small office, the door ajar as though inviting me to explore. Dust motes danced in the slivers of moonlight spilling through the window, and I hesitated before crossing the threshold. Inside, the remnants of a desk lay cluttered with yellowed papers, half-formed thoughts, and abandoned projects. I picked up a frayed notebook, the pages brittle against my fingertips, and traced the scrawled handwriting, notes on efficiency, deadlines, and targets long forgotten. The ink smudged where someone had pressed too hard, leaving behind a hint of desperation. I placed it down gently, as if it were a fragile relic of a life that once pulsed with purpose. Outside, the wind picked up, howling through the cracks in the walls, an eerie lament for what had been lost. It was a sound that chilled me, not for its volume, but for the way it seemed to weave through the factory, wrapping around the corners and slipping into the crevices of my mind. The shadows lengthened as I moved further into the building, each room a time capsule, untouched by the world outside. I could feel the weight of the air shift, almost as if the factory was observing me, scrutinizing my every move. I pressed my palm against a cold metal beam, feeling the texture beneath my skin, and closed my eyes for a moment. It was as if the past seeped into me, an uninvited guest that settled in the corners of my thoughts. I opened my eyes to the sight of an old assembly line, its machinery frozen in time, draped in a layer of dust. The conveyor belt was still, and I could almost hear the rhythm of it, the monotonous click and whir that had once filled the air. I stepped closer, the ground beneath me shifting slightly, a reminder of the age and disrepair surrounding me. It felt as though the entire factory held its breath, waiting for something to happen. A flicker of movement caught my eye, just a shadow darting past the edge of my vision. I turned, but the space remained empty, the silence thickening. It was an illusion, I told myself, a trick of the light in this forsaken place. I shook my head, willing myself to focus on the task at hand. I had come here to keep watch, to ensure nothing disturbed the quiet of the night. As I continued my rounds, I felt the weight of time pressing against me, a reminder that this was a space carved from industry, now abandoned, a relic of progress that had outlived its purpose. The walls were adorned with remnants of faded graffiti, whispers of rebellion etched into the paint, stories left untold. I ran my hand over the rough surface, feeling the texture of the letters beneath my fingertips, a connection to those who had once filled these halls with life. In the farthest corner of the factory, I discovered a small break room. The table was still set, with chipped mugs, the faint scent of old coffee lingering in the air. I sat down heavily, the chair creaking beneath me, and let my gaze drift around the room. A bulletin board hung on the wall, filled with reminders and notes. One note caught my eye, hastily scrawled and yellowed with age. "Don't stay late. You're not alone." The words sent a shiver down my spine, and I felt the hairs on my neck prickle. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone standing behind me, watching, waiting. But there was only the quiet, the relentless thrum of silence enveloping me. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, forcing the unease to the back of my mind. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, its hands moving with a languid grace that seemed at odds with the oppressive atmosphere. I pushed back from the table, the legs scraping against the floor, a discordant sound in the stillness. I needed to move, to shake off the sensation of being watched, the feeling of unseen eyes trailing my every step. I left the break room and wandered back into the heart of the factory, the vast expanse of machinery yawning before me like a gaping maw. I could feel the weight of the night pressing in, the shadows thickening as I walked. The air grew colder, and I wrapped my arms around myself, wishing for warmth that was long gone. Each corner I turned seemed to twist and fold into itself, the layout of the factory transforming in subtle ways, as if it were alive and breathing, shifting just out of reach. I paused at a large window, its glass dulled with grime. Outside, the world lay cloaked in darkness, the only sound the rustle of leaves in the wind. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, searching for something, anything, beyond the veil of night. As I stood there, a flicker of movement caught my eye again, a shadow flitting past the edge of my vision. This time, I turned quickly, my heart racing. But again, nothing met my gaze, only the empty expanse of the factory stretching out before me. I took a step back, feeling the tremor of uncertainty ripple through me. Was it my imagination? The fatigue of solitude playing tricks on my mind. I moved deeper into the heart of the factory, each step echoing in the hollow silence. The atmosphere thickened, a palpable tension that hung in the air, as if the very walls were conspiring to keep me here, to draw me into the depths of their darkness. The machinery around me loomed like sentinels, their rusty arms frozen in mid-motion, and I wondered how long they had waited for someone to return. In the distance, I heard a faint sound, a low creak that sent a shiver down my spine. I stopped, straining to listen, the silence amplifying the sound. It came again, a soft whisper of movement, as if something had shifted within the shadows. My breath quickened, and I felt the primal urge to flee, to break free from this haunting stillness. But a strange compulsion rooted me in place, a pull that urged me to confront whatever lingered in the corners of this forsaken place. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, drawn toward the source of the sound. The chill deepened, wrapping around me like a shroud, and I felt the air grow heavy, pregnant with anticipation. I rounded a corner and found myself in a small storage room, cluttered with forgotten tools and boxes, long untouched. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay, a testament to years of abandonment. And then I saw it, a figure, barely more than a silhouette, huddled in the farthest corner. My heart lurched, a primal fear igniting within me. The figure was still, cloaked in shadow, as if it were part of the very darkness that surrounded it. I stood frozen, caught between flight and curiosity, the air around me heavy with the weight of the unknown. As I took a step closer, the figure shifted slightly, the shadows swirling around it. I could feel the pull of something ancient and primal, a dark allure that whispered to me, beckoning me to draw nearer. I fought against it, the instinct to retreat, clashing with the desire to understand what lay hidden in the depths of the factory. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers brushing against the cool surface of a nearby workbench. The figure stirred again, and I felt a chill sweep through the room, as if the very air had turned to ice. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to take another step forward, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. And then, with a sudden burst of energy, the figure lunged toward me, a flash of movement that sent me stumbling back. I turned to flee, racing down the corridor, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The shadows seemed to reach for me, their fingers clawing at my back as I burst through the door and into the open space of the factory once more. I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing in around me, the shadows closing in like a shroud. I ran, not daring to look back, my mind racing with the echoes of the past and the whispers of the present. The factory seemed to shift around me, the walls closing in, the air thick with the scent of rust and decay. As I reached the entrance, the cold night air rushed over me like a balm. I stumbled outside, gasping for breath, the weight of the darkness finally lifting as I stepped into the moonlight. I turned back to the factory, the silhouette of its crumbling facade standing against the night sky, a haunting reminder of what I had left behind. But even as I stood there, heart pounding and mind racing, I felt a chill deep within me, a lingering sense of unease that clung to my skin. The shadows still danced at the edges of my vision, and I knew that the factory would remain, a silent sentinel waiting for its next visitor, ready to weave its stories into the fabric of the night. The field. The field stretched out before me, a vast expanse of wild grass that danced gently in the afternoon sun. The blades whispered secrets as a soft breeze passed through, rustling like the sighs of old friends reuniting after years apart. I had often visited this place, drawn by the peculiar comfort it offered, a refuge from the clamor of my everyday life. Here the world seemed to slow, each moment extending like the shadows cast by the low-hanging sun. Today, however, there was an unfamiliar chill in the air, a subtle shift that tickled the back of my neck and sent a shiver spiraling down my spine. I brushed it off, attributing it to the encroaching evening and the fading warmth of the sun. I took a deep breath, inhaling the earthy scent of damp soil, mingling with the sweet perfume of wildflowers, and stepped further into the field. The grass brushed against my ankles, cool and inviting. I could feel the uneven ground beneath my feet, patches of soft earth giving way to tufts of stubborn weeds. I relished the sensation, the tactile connection grounding me in this serene landscape. As I wandered deeper, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that elongated across the field, stretching like fingers, reaching for something just out of grasp. I paused to admire the horizon, where the sky blazed with hues of orange and pink, a canvas splashed with the warmth of dusk. But something about the colors felt off, as though they had been painted with a heavy hand, the vibrant tones bleeding into one another in an unnatural way. I blinked, shook my head, and dismissed the thought. Perhaps I was simply overtired, the weight of the day settling on my shoulders like a heavy cloak. It was then that I noticed a figure in the distance. Standing at the edge of the field, near the old oak tree that had watched over this land for generations, was a woman. Her silhouette was dark against the backdrop of the setting sun, an indeterminate shape that seemed to sway gently, almost rhythmically, as if caught in a trance. My heart quickened, a flutter of unease rising within me. I squinted, attempting to discern more details, but the distance played tricks on my eyes, blurring the edges of reality. I took a tentative step forward, curiosity piquing my interest despite the nagging sense of dread. The ground beneath my feet felt different now, as if each step was met with a reluctant resistance, an almost sentient awareness that whispered for me to turn back. The woman remained still, her form barely shifting as the shadows lengthened around her. With every step, the air thickened, a palpable weight settling over me. The warm colors of the sunset faded, replaced by a creeping grayness that swallowed the field whole. The whispers of the grass grew louder, each blade a voice murmuring warnings I couldn't quite decipher. I hesitated again, the sensation of being watched prickling at the back of my mind. But I pressed on, compelled by an unseen force. As I neared the oak tree, I could see more of the woman's features. Her hair fell in loose waves, cascading around her shoulders like a dark waterfall, but her face remained obscured in shadow. I could feel the pull of her presence, like a moth drawn to a flickering flame, despite the growing sense of foreboding. I stopped just shy of the tree, a safe distance that felt like a barrier against whatever lay ahead. The woman turned slowly, her movements fluid and almost dreamlike. It was then that I caught a glimpse of her eyes, two pools of deep darkness that seemed to swallow the fading light around us. They held a depth that unnerved me, as if I were staring into the abyss itself, a void that threatened to engulf everything in its path. "Why are you here?" The question hung in the air, though she had not spoken. Instead, the sound resonated within me, an echo that reverberated through the very marrow of my bones. I took a step back, startled by the intensity of the unspoken words. The field around us began to shift, the grass twisting and curling as if it were alive. The once familiar landscape transformed, the gentle undulations rising to form dark hills that loomed over us like sentinels, watching, waiting. I felt a tightening in my chest, the air growing thick and heavy, pressing against me like an unseen hand. The woman's expression remained inscrutable, her gaze unwavering. There was a stillness to her, an ancient quality that felt out of place in the modern world I knew. I searched for something to say, a way to break the oppressive silence, but my voice caught in my throat, stifled by the weight of the moment. As the shadows deepened, I caught sight of movement beyond the trees that bordered the field. Shapes flitted in the periphery of my vision, figures cloaked in darkness, their forms shifting and melding with the night. Panic surged within me, an instinctual response to the encroaching dread. I turned to flee, to retreat back to the safety of the open field, but my feet felt rooted to the ground, as if the earth itself had decided to claim me. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices swirling around me. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the sound, the sensation of being pulled in multiple directions. The weight of the shadows pressed down, wrapping around me like a shroud, suffocating and cold. When I opened my eyes again, the woman was closer, her face now illuminated by an ethereal glow that defied the darkness. Her expression had shifted, and in that moment, I saw something beyond fear. There was a sorrowful understanding, an acceptance of something I couldn't yet grasp. It was as if she bore witness to a truth I had yet to comprehend, a burden I could not share. I took a step back, my instincts screaming for me to run, but still I stood frozen, caught in her gaze. The figures in the distance grew bolder, stepping into the waning light, their forms more defined. They moved with a haunting grace, their features indistinct but their intentions clear, drawing nearer with every beat of my racing heart. I turned once more to the field, desperate to find the familiar comfort of the wild grass, the gentle sway of the trees. But the landscape had transformed entirely. The horizon blurred and indiscernible, a vast expanse of twilight that offered no escape. The familiar sense of the earth and flowers had faded, replaced by the sharp tang of something bitter and metallic. The woman raised her hand, a slow slow, deliberate motion that seemed to pierce through the thickening darkness. In that moment, I felt a sudden pull, a gravitational force that drew me towards her. I stumbled forward, my heart racing as I crossed the threshold from the open field into an unknown realm that defied all logic. The figures enveloped me, their presence a swirling mass of shadows, and I felt myself being swept away, carried into their depths. The woman's eyes shone brighter than the dying light, illuminating the space around us with a flickering glow. I searched for a way back, my mind racing as I grasped for reality, but the grass beneath my feet had given way to a cold, unyielding surface. I was no longer standing in the field. The familiar landscape had vanished, replaced by an expanse of muted gray that stretched endlessly in every direction. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, a silence so profound that it pressed against my ears like the weight of 1,000 secrets. I stood alone, surrounded by the echoes of my own breath, the figures fading into the distance. The woman was gone, her presence extinguished like a candle snuffed out in the dark. I felt the emptiness settle around me, wrapping tighter than the night itself. In that moment, I understood that freedom had come at a cost. I had ventured too far, crossed a threshold I could never return from, and the field that once promised solace had become a prison of my own making. The whispers of the grass faded, and I was left with nothing but the quiet, consuming darkness that stretched on forever. The air in the room felt heavier as the day surrendered to dusk. Shadows lengthened, creeping along the walls like whispers of forgotten memories. I settled into the worn armchair, its fabric threadbare and soft, a familiar embrace that offered little comfort against the encroaching chill. Outside, the wind began to stir, rustling the leaves like a hushed conversation, each gust a reminder of the world beyond these four walls. The faint scent of old books lingered in the corners, mingling with the musty aroma of the neglected fireplace. I traced my fingers along the spines of the volumes, their titles faded, but obscured by time. Each one was a portal, a vessel of stories waiting to be unearthed. But tonight, I could not summon the energy to dive into their depths. Instead, I let my gaze wander to the window, where the last remnants of sunlight slipped away, leaving only the deepening blue of twilight. A chill ran down my spine as I noticed a flicker in the darkness beyond the glass, a movement perhaps, or merely a trick of the failing light. I leaned closer, breath caught in my throat, straining to discern what lay just out of reach. The air was thick with silence, pregnant with something unnameable, and I could not shake the sense that I was not alone. That was tonight's collection from Dr. Gloom. If it kept you company, consider liking, sharing, and subscribing. Rest well and dream deeper.